We're good to go? So we have a very heavy agenda today with a number of delegations and reports as per our quarterly schedule. So I'd like to start out by welcoming you to the meeting today and ask if there's any added items to the agenda. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you very much. I would like to add, just for information, the Beaumont Affordable Housing Strategy.
So where would you, do you have supporting material or anything like that?
Not today, it was just suggestions for that, or do you want that somewhere else?
I'm just wondering if we could have it to our next PNP meeting,
Sure. Okay.
because we have such a big agenda.
Yeah, okay. And can I just add a thank you then right now?
Sure.
I just want to thank everyone for getting the fence painted at Olds College/town at the Aquatic Center. Yay, it looks great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So any other added items to the agenda? None? None from our administration? Yes, Ms. McKinnon.
Would it be okay if council considered moving 4C and 4B around? Did I have the right numbers? Yes, 4B is staff and 4C are guests, so
Yes.
if we could switch those around on the agenda, that would be appreciated.
Okay, where would you want to put?
Just switch
for-
AB and AC, just switch the order,
Okay,
so that our guests go before staff.
okay, sounds
you.
good. Thank you. So could we have a motion to adopt the agenda as amended? Thank you, Councillor Batts.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper. I move that we accept the agenda for the Policies and Priority Committee meeting for Tuesday, September 7th as amended.
All in favor? Any opposed? The motion is carried. Moving on to the adoption of the previous minutes. Could I have a motion? Mayor Majewska.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Harper. I would move that we adopt the Policy and Priority Committee meeting minutes from, what's the date? July 5th, 2020, as presented.
Thank you. Any errors or omissions to the minutes that were circulated? If not, could I call for the motion? All in favor? Any opposed? The motion is carried. And we will go right into reports and a delegation. First one up is Mrs. Pam Davidson, CEO Merit.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And yes, Pam Davidson is here as a candidate for the upcoming senatorial election, and that'll take place at the same time as municipal elections will take place. So I see Ms. Davidson is here. Could she come up to the microphone? And I believe Ms. Davidson will have a few comments and then an opportunity for some questions.
All right. Hi, I'm Pam Davidson. I actually live in not this area, but in Red Deer, in the Red Deer area, so it was a nice quick drive for me. I've been up to La Creek, down to Tabor many times now, so thank you for inviting me. I am, yes, as you said, running for the Senate position, one of the Senate positions here in Alberta. Our vote is the same day as your vote. Yeah, if you have any questions, I live on a farm. I have 4 kids. They're all grown now, so I have time to be very much involved and to represent Alberta well on a federal stage.
Thank you very much and welcome to our council,
Yeah.
Policies and Priorities meeting. Does anybody have any questions? Councillor Overwater.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper. Ms. Davidson, do you have I have your sheet here, but I don't see all, your experiences that you would have that would be able to bring you forward to Ottawa to help us out there?
Sure, yeah. So, like I said, we live on a farm, so agriculture is a big part of our lives. My husband and I own a small business. We have since 2004, so quite a while. Again, I say I raised my 4 kids, which gives me probably the best experience in managing many people. Those are my main things, yeah.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper. I see here that you have yourself down as a longtime political activist, and I was wondering if you could explain that. What have you been doing in that field?
Sure. So I've been a part of I would say, the Conservative Party of Canada for my entire adult life as an active member. You know, going to meetings, going to the AGMs, just being very much involved. Again, raising my kids, I maintained that level of being involved. But then once they got to an age where I could not be there so much for them, I got involved and I helped on the Innisfail Sylvan Lake Constituency Board provincially first, and got very involved and learned what we needed to learn, and I'm bringing in fresh ideas. So activism is a strong word. Maybe I could use a different word, but just being a strong member of the party, actively voting on policies, helping to direct the party is what I've done.
Any further questions? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Your Deputy Worship. Ms. Davidson, the Senate elections in Alberta is a little bit unique, and not everybody's familiar with this election process. Could you tell us a little bit about how you become a candidate, if there are others, and why people should turn out to vote for Alberta's elected Senate representatives?
Yeah, that's great. Yes, so in order to become, so I am an official candidate for the Conservative Party of Canada. In order to do that, I needed to win the nomination in the party. So they held that. They wanted to nominate 3 people to put forward on the ballot in October. There was only 3 of us that applied for the job. In order to apply for the job, you had to raise a substantial amount of money and get at least 75 signatures from 17 different EDAs. I was able, on my team, to get 200 signatures from all but one EDA in the province. So that's what it took to get to where I am a candidate. And then from there, now I need to collect 500 signatures from Albertans all over the province to put my name on the ballot, along with the fee that they are asking. At the end of the day, there's 6 of us right now. We'll see. September 20th is our deadline, as it is yours, to see how many people were able to get the 500 signatures. It's seriously not as easy as it sounds. And so at that time, so right now there's 6. We'll see at that time if they all were able to do what is required to go to the next stage. For voting, you get 3 votes. You get 3 choices on the ballot. It's not preferential ballot. So literally, if you pick your top 3 choices, that's all. That's as easy as it is. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the question and the answer. Just a question in reference to, you said you had to raise a substantial amount of money. What do you mean by substantial amount?
$10,000 was the fee for becoming a nominee. You get most of it back once you run the race. Part of it's just being a good candidate, doing what the party asks you to do, or not asks you to do, but just representing them well. And then the other 5 was actually to run the nomination race in the party, but because we didn't have to run that, they gave that back to our campaign right away.
So that money was paid to the Conservative Party of Canada?
No, it was paid to my campaign, and then I gave it to them, but they'll be giving it back to me.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So any further questions, Ms. Davidson? If not, I'd like a motion to accept her presentation for information. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Ms. Davidson. Appreciate you coming out, and you have a big job in front of you, and we wish you well. And I would like to accept her presentation as information.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All in favor of the motion? Any opposed? The motion is carried. Thank you very much, and we wish you success.
Thank you again for your time, you guys.
So moving on, we have a presentation quarterly report from the Olds RCMP detachment. Staff Sergeant Wright is here to make a presentation. Welcome.
Thank you, Justin. I can? Okay. Gotta watch the hearing aids though, eh? Some of you know what I'm talking about. The rest of you are lucky. In your packages, you would have received a copy of the quarterly report that has been, it's the new format that was established by the Operational Strategy Branch of K-Division. So this is kind of, it's broken down into MPSA, Municipal Policing Services Agreement, and also the provincial for the provincial partners. For the town, it's the municipal one. In that, it describes your annual policing priorities, and I came in 2 days left for the first quarter, so there wasn't very much information at my disposal in terms of how we addressed the annual policing priorities leading up to my arrival. However, that being said, I was able to determine that in the town of Bulls we have 6 subjects that are currently under police enforceable conditions, be it curfew or, you know, those types of conditions that we can continually check on our habitual offenders to ensure that they are abiding and complying with their release conditions. And in that time, we did 14. Now, that is a little bit low. Certainly, we have been sitting down as a detachment, like the management team within my detachment, determining how to increase those numbers within the town, because I feel like they are much more effective. But I can also speak to the statistics in which we are, our breach conditions have went through the roof as compared to the same time last year. So even though we are getting out there, not as much as maybe I'd like, certainly we are improving as months go by, and we are increasing our statistics in terms of those breaches against these offenders. So we are holding them to account if they're not in compliance. In terms of the road safety impaired driving campaign, again, the numbers were a little bit low. 4 traffic tickets issued. Not a lot of impaired activity. However, I can tell you that that has increased in the second quarter substantially. So we are on the uphill in terms of more traffic tickets are being written and more impaired drivers are being identified and taken off the road. Community engagement, we do have a community resource officer, Constable Morley Statchuk. He has been along with our CPO doing a positive ticketing campaign within the parks, the skate park, and the areas frequented by youth. And we've had a very, very good response to that. And again, positive ticketing, for those who don't understand what it is just recognizing positive behavior and rewarding that behavior to encourage it to be continued. Lastly, visibility. Again, that was a little difficult for me to ascertain. All I can tell you is that we've developed systems, and we certainly have a lot scheduled this quarter. So we're improving. We're improving on the visibility. In fact, I was just discussing with Eric how much visibility we're just doing this month alone. So you'll be seeing me a lot more. And my people, of course. If we want to just take a look at the stats, okay, there's another page in here. It looks like this. Okay. In the actual package itself, it alludes to some of the increases, for example, persons crimes. So I will direct your attention to assaults, where generally from year to year we probably average around 16 per quarter, which is April 1st to June 30th. This year was 21 as compared to last year, which was 6. But you have to remember, last year was the first wave of COVID and everybody was staying home and behaving themselves to a large degree. And this year it was between, I would say, the 3rd and 4th wave, and people did get out more often. Some of these can be attributed to increases in domestic violence. break and enters are also up. That speaks to a lot of our prolific offenders in the area. Now, I'm not just talking from Olds or Mountain View County. I'm talking in the general central Alberta region. They do come into town. They do cause problems, and we are trying to track them. Just like we do our curfew and compliance checks with our local offenders, other neighboring detachments do the same. So we're really trying to keep on top of these high flyers. Mischief and damage, that is largely family violence related or youth, being that they're, again, this summer was less restrictive in terms of keeping people at home and being more on a boat. Just going back to the field of compliance breaches, last year's we only had 6 this quarter, and this year we had 58. So we are definitely checking up on these people and charging where applicable. Mental health on the second page has went up about a third, from 22 cases to 34 cases. We think a lot has to do with just people dealing with COVID, you know. Other than that, I think that the only thing that I'd like to point out within the package you were provided was the body-worn camera and digital evidence management system. Now, this is the body cams. We see this mostly in our American law enforcement partners. They've come out with it. It typically sits right here on the central chest. The RCMP is moving towards issuing all of us with body-worn cameras. They're going to start this fall, and it'll take 18 months to roll out to every single detachment. According to the documentation, the initial startup will be paid for by the federal government, but eventually it'll be downloaded to the municipalities to maintain. Do you have any questions?
Thank you very much. Does council have any questions? I have one question before I ask anybody else.
Sure.
So, just out of curiosity, does your quarter stats go from the federal budget year or yearly?
Yes, there was some confusion.
Yes, I was confused. I just thought I'd ask.
Predecessor introduced the January 1st to March 30th stats as quarter one. That's incorrect. In our world, the quarter starts with April 1st. So even though he said his stats were quarter one, my stats are quarter one, right? So
I'm glad to know that you're right.
Right.
We'll
Well-
always think that Mr. Staff Sergeant Wright is right. Okay.
I appreciate that. So yes, when I come back again in November, I'll be reporting on quarter two stats.
So we do have some other questions. Mayor Majiska was first, and then Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Staff Sergeant Wright, for your presentation. Kind of missed the old statistic way, but I know Kate is,
Yeah.
is dictating on my light's flashing. Oh, this way. There we go. How's that? There we go. Thank you. So yeah, we talked a bit about mischief, and I see we have 28 cases this year in this quarter, and 17, 18, and 19 were 0, 0, and 1. Is this just the prolific offenders, or
Well-
and we jumped to 19 during COVID, the worst part of COVID, so that's a little worrisome.
Unfortunately, I wasn't here for the bulk of that quarter, but in consultation with the corporals, we discussed a few prolific taggers,
Right?
who have been identified and are being dealt with by the detachment.
Or is it mischief other, because there's 38, 37, 50, then we dip to 10 and 13? So is it a statistical
And
anomaly?
it very could be. I'm used to dealing with basically
Okay.
just one mischief classification.
One mischief
which is all-encompassing,
classification.
And it could have very well been split.
Because if we average them out, it's,
I mean, yeah, if you look at
Looks a
19,
little-
it was 50, right?
Right.
So it could be something that's done in Edmonton in terms of splitting the statistics. It could be a false high because
Okay.
the other category is low. But I can tell you that there has been some spray paint vandalism in town that we're dealing with. So,
okay.
and each one reported counts as one occurrence.
Excellent. What else would be one of the highest things? Sorry, I know it sounds like 3 questions, but it's all in the same vein. What else goes in there other than tagging and mischief?
Just general damage to property.
Damage to property.
Okay. Broken fences. Sometimes mischief also includes just people being at a property rather than classifying it as a trespass. It's interfering with the lawful enjoyment of property,
Okay.
which could be either commercial or private.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. On to Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Deputy Worship and Staff Sergeant Wright, for your wonderful presentation. I'm curious about mental health. It appears as though this is a bit of a trend, and I'm wondering about the training an RCMP officer has and how you respond to mental health calls, just from an information perspective.
Absolutely. Okay, so mental health has become much more prevalent in current times. Certainly, what wasn't discussed 10 years ago is readily discussed now in terms of how people are feeling. Mental health, typically when we get involved, usually involves some sort of risk. Risk to themselves, risk to other people, that kind of thing. And there's usually always either we can assist them with getting the help they need, or at some point we just, rather than assist them, we rather just sort of make recommendations that they pursue with it. They often don't involve any criminality at all. Now, in terms of the training, we were doing quite a bit of training before COVID. We were having mental health first aid, just understanding how to de-escalate. We're not medical professionals. We certainly cannot diagnose people's mental illness, things like that. It's a lot of asking questions and looking for self-disclosure, and then kind of pointing them in the right direction. Now, if there's any risk to self-harm or risk to other people, then certainly there are options to get them before a medical professional trained in psychiatric, and to try to get them where they need to be and the help that they need to get. So, does that answer your question? Okay.
Councillor Ryan, and then Councillor Blatz.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper, but I think Councillor Blatz was ahead of me, actually. Okay, thank you. I'm interested in the body cams. So why is it that that the federal government is paying for the beginning and then downloading this onto the municipalities? I'm just wondering how they separate this out from other equipment that they provide automatically to the RCMP.
And unfortunately, I can't answer your question because they don't provide me with that information. They just tell me it's coming, that the feds will pick up the initial cost, and then it'll be downloaded to the municipalities. But they don't provide any rationale on it. I don't have the expertise to answer your question. I'm sorry.
Okay, I understand that. Perhaps we can get an answer from them in the future. I don't know if you could put that question up higher or whatever, but it seems to me you're looking at $2,000 to $3,000 a year per officer, so that would be, upwards of $30,000 extra in the budget. And I don't understand why we would need that per year. Wouldn't you just buy one camera and it's going to last longer than a year? But I think that there's questions that need to be asked, and do we have any opportunity to ask them? I don't know where we go from here, though.
Yeah, certainly you do. Now, my understanding is the initial cost is between $2,000 to $3,000, but I don't believe that the annual maintenance fee will be that. It'll probably be, there'll be a smaller maintenance fee and or replacement down the road should one get broken, that kind of thing. Now, in terms of any more specific questions, you have many different routes you can take. One is that you can simply leave it with me, and I can take your question and I can put it up the chain to Edmonton and ask for more information and then disclose that to council. Your second option is you have an AUMA in November, where you may or may not wish to have a meeting with the CO, in which case that could be part of your questions for the allotted period you may have if you choose to do that.
Don't get me wrong, I think that they're a valuable tool for the police, and certainly I support them, but I'm not sure I support us having to pay for them, and I'm pretty sure I don't. But anyway, thank you very much, and we'll, maybe perhaps we can follow through on that in the future. Find out more information from the federal government.
Certainly, if you do want me to do it, I will put the question forward.
Thank you very much, Councillor Blatz, and then Councillor Overwater.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper, but I should have gone first because Councillor Ryan asked the exact same question I was going to ask. Thank you, though.
Councillor
Thank you for your
Overwater.
report.
Okay. Councillor Overwater.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper. I'm glad to see that, the RCMP is taking mental health training, and we've discussed this where, hopefully we can treat the disease and not necessarily the crime that happens along with it. So I'm glad we're looking into something like that. The body cams, I think that's a necessity. I think at the end of the day, we've heard from our administration and from our municipal enforcement that if you don't have a body cam, a lot of times it gets thrown out of court, and we've spent all this time, getting that person to court, and then it's thrown out because we don't have a body cam. I understand the cost, but I think that's something that is inevitable that needs to be put in the budget somewhere along the line, whether it's partially ours or partially someone else's, but I agree with that. Thank you for your presentation.
So, yes, CEO Merritt.
Thank you, Deputy. And as Staff Sergeant Wright indicated, that AUMA do host, our K Division hosts meetings, and I think we will be sending a note to you, a Staff Sergeant, indicating we would like to have one of those meetings. If it's like the province, it's about a 15-minute opportunity for dialogue, and I think this is one of the 2 or 3 questions we may want to raise.
Thank you very much. I do have one question, if you don't mind, Councillor Ryan, on a new item, and this is talking about number of positions with the municipal portion of the detachment. And by the way, I really like how you report now. It's wonderful. But there's 10 positions, but only 5 of the staff were actually active workers over the first quarter, and 4 were on special leave. And then I go back to the expenditures and how the RCMP are doing an adjustment for overtime from a year-to-date expenditures of $21,000 to revising it to $100,000 for overtime. And is this as a direct result that we only are working at 50% of our workforce, and the other constables are having to take over more of the work for overtime? Sorry.
No, it's just, I'm wondering if I'm going to speak to resourcing, maybe we should do it in camera.
Well, it's just reported in your report.
Yeah,
That's
no, I understand
why
that I
asked.
do, but I mean, I can get very specific in camera. It's just, I can give you a general response if you would like. Okay, so.
The general response is terrific. Thank you very
Okay,
much.
for sure. All right. So yes, currently we have 15 members. 10 are municipally funded, 5 are provincially funded. In the first quarter, there was a percentage of those members that were either on parental leave or for partially working due to various undisclosed illnesses. In that case, I can tell you a lot more are back to work now. So the first quarter was probably the lightest we've been in a while, but moving into the second quarter, we're almost there. But in terms of how the town gets billed, whenever we do have somebody who's either off or partially working, that's uploaded into our database, and that's tracked, and that's how you're billed. Now, if there are absences that need to be backfilled for the town, then of course those absences will have to come from somewhere else. Sorry, call them soft vacancies. Those resources will have to come from somewhere else, and often they require to be paid in overtime, just to keep our minimums. So I do my due diligence by submitting those updates through the program, and then it goes to Edmonton, and from there they determine the billing. So your question is, can I get you to rephrase it?
Okay, so I'll rephrase it. Should the town of Wolves be expecting to be billed for more overtime than what was originally budgeted? I guess that would be the best way to
Well,
ask.
it's my responsibility to try to stay within the caps, and certainly I'm working very hard for that. The first quarter was, it did consume a lot of our budget just because of everything that was going on and low resourcing levels. Now, that being said, we're moving into the second quarter, we're into fall, our resourcing levels have come up and our need for overtime has gone down. So by the time March 30th comes around, I'm hoping that I've reached the cap but not exceeded it.
Thank you very much. Councillor Overwater.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper. I would suggest that council invites Staff Sergeant Wright back to a closed session at one of our council meetings or one of our budget talks, so that when we're talking staffing, then he can give us a more detailed explanation as to staffing and costs. That's
Thank you very much.
would be my
and
recommendation.
I think our CAO has made note of that. So, Councillor Ryan now.
Thank you, Councillor Harper. You must have forgot that I was in the lineup after your question. I just have one other question with regards to staff before I move along, since Councillor Harper actually asked one of my questions. But the other one I have is, I noticed that we do have the sergeant position that we approved in our budget for this year, and it hasn't been filled. And I was just wondering if you knew when that potentially would be filled?
I have an update for you. So I recently tracked down that position. It was in Edmonton in classification section. So they had to add it to my organizational chart and give it a position number, and they've done that. Now from there, it went to staffing and is probably sitting in Burnaby at the moment, waiting to do a lateral advertisement. And if there's any lateral interest, which is a sergeant wanting to go to a sergeant position, then they'll determine suitability and releasability. If we do find the right fit and they're able to come, then I'm hoping we'll have them by the end of the year, like the calendar year. Yeah, like the end of December, I'm hoping, right? If it goes promotionally, because there was no lateral interest or the right candidate couldn't be found, then that process will extend it. Once they eliminate the lateral interest and they have to go promotionally, they'll do so after that. And then there's probably about a 3-month period where they advertise, get applications, go through the applications, select the candidate, and then that candidate has to move. So realistically, if it goes promotionally, it won't be quick. It'll be more like spring of next year. But in the meantime, we are doing the best we can with the resources we have. There's 3 of us, the staff sergeant and the 2 corporals. So we're able to keep plugging along until we get that new sergeant. So
Thompson and then back to Councillor Ryan, unless it's a follow-up. Councillor Ryan.
It would be a follow-up, actually,
Okay,
the same
follow-up.
thing. So I understand the process now. Now, do you get an opportunity to have any say within who they bring into for a sergeant locally or not?
no, I don't. No, decisions are made in Airdrie by the line officer. So that we have our district there in Airdrie. Trevor Giroux is the chief superintendent, and he's got 2 officers with him. One of them will make the decision, but there's no consultation. It's just based on their assessment of who the best candidate is.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper. One of the conversations we had back in budget time was around the RCMP contract and how there was some back pay required for officers and things as things were being done. Recently saw something in the news, but not enough to be informed. I'm wondering if that has concluded and if Ms. Linderman has an idea of where we stand moving forward with some of those costs as well.
So you're directing the question to Ms. Linderman. Thank you.
Thanks. So no, I've only seen the same article I'm sure that you've seen. AUMA was supposed to release more information, but I still have not seen that. And I don't know if Staff Sergeant has anything more to
I
add.
mean, I have a general idea what the costs are going to be, but I certainly don't have anything formal. And we were waiting for K-Division to release that, and they haven't yet. So-
Thank you. Councillor Overwater.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper. Can we request that the sergeant or the corporal, whatever would come, has bike patrol?
For sure. So just to clarify, sorry. Maybe I didn't hear you right. Sorry.
He has the training on the bikes in
Yeah.
order to go out within the community.
Yeah, we're going to probably have to do that training once they get here. Yeah, for sure. That training kind of fell on the wayside during COVID. We've only been concerned with the absolute mandatories. But certainly we do understand the value of having bike patrol and trained members. You actually have to take a course in order to ride the bicycle. You can't just do it because that's what you're doing. But for sure, it's a plus. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you very much. Could I entertain a motion, actually two motions probably. One to accept Staff Sergeant Wright's report, and the second one to direct administration to invite him back to another meeting.
Excellent. I'll move that we accept Staff Sergeant Wright's presentation for information, and thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. All in favor of the motion? Any opposed? Motion is carried. Councillor Overwater, you're dying to put this motion together.
I am. I'm dying for it. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper. Yes, I would like to direct administration to invite Staff Sergeant Wright back to a council meeting or a service level budget talk, Marcy, however you want to word that, so that we can get some information on staffing.
So we're all clear on the motion for a closed session, I'm presuming. Okay. All in favor of the motion? Any opposed? The motion is carried. Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Staff Sergeant Wright. Have a wonderful day. Moving on, we have the Olds Fire Department report. Director Andrew.
All right, thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper and Council. I will provide a brief update on first quarter statistics. Sorry, I just need to scroll it down there. Yeah, just, thanks. Thank you. So our first quarter statistics from April 1st to June 30th totaled 89 complete incidents, 56 being urban and 33 rural. We also include 14 motor vehicle collisions. So in the breakdown of our statistics, we are seeing no substantial trends or increases or decreases from current or from previous. We basically have seen a normalization in life, so be it, without COVID, where people are calling emergency services because they're out and active again and resuming normal activities per se. Again, in our response piece of this time last year, we were fairly slow, and that was when the onset of COVID came and the first lockdown happened. Our statistics dropped substantially, and so we were very, very light on incidents. And so in speaking with this, again, the one area that we are happy to report is that the decrease in destructive fires has been witnessed, and that was attributed to the fact that this time last year we were dealing with some arson fires in the town, and we've been fortunate that those have not showed up again, so where numbers are quite acceptable. Motor vehicle collisions, we looked at 14, and we have it broken down to urban and or rural. So we have numbered highway calls, which would be QE2 or Highway 27 or 2A being 7. In Mountain View County territory, it would be 2. and that would be rural roads, and then the other urban in that very bright yellow, which is hard to read, would be the urban calls in the town of Olds on our infrastructure. So again, no trends or statistics that indicate issues there. Again, this can be affected greatly by the spring with snowstorms or lack thereof, and we were fortunate to not have anything of substance this year, so numbers are good. And that's all I have to present, unless you have any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions of Director Andrew? Councillor Blatz, then Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper. Yes, through you to Director Andrews. Under our total number of incidents, under urban incidents is 56, you have a total loss of only 3 fires within the urban system and 1 that was no loss.
Correct.
Okay, and then, but yet in the rural, there was 15 fires that you responded to, and 1 that was no loss, was significantly higher than what we see from rural compared to urban.
Right, so the differentiation between a reported fire versus a fire with no loss, the example I would give is that we could be called for what somebody would deem as a fire. So if a neighbor called in saying somebody's garage is on fire, and we respond and actually find out that no, it's just a bonfire in the backyard, it's reported as a fire, but there's no damage. So that would be the kind of the contrast I give you. The example in the rural area, the reason that those numbers are quite high is that we get quite a number of callers phoning in from Highway 2, driving by, seeing a farm burning, and it would be a controlled burn that they've done everything that they were supposed to do by getting a permit and notifying us. But because when somebody's driving by, they phone Red Deer 911 and say, there's a big fire, there's a big column of smoke east of the Olds overpass, send the guys, we have to go and check it out to verify. So that's why we see so many.
Supplemental to that then.
Go ahead.
So, but you still have to respond to these. You still have to physically get people to the department, load them up, take them out to the country, respond to the fire, same as you do in town, correct?
Yeah, so whenever there's a call for service, we do have to investigate. Now,
Perfect.
not every call constitutes a full response. A response may be one, such as myself or the deputy chief, that we would respond and say, no, there's no need to respond. But these are all activations of our emergency system. So call goes into 911, pagers are set off, people mobilize to the
Right.
fire station.
Thank you. That answers my question.
Councillor Ryan, and then Overwater.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Harper. I was going to ask that same question, so very good question there, Councillor Blatz. I'll ask another one, however. Director Andrew, do we track the cost of the loss of these fires? Like, I would imagine, a fire in the rural area might end up being way more expensive if you have a barn with animals and all that kind of thing involved, as opposed to, a small garage fire. I'm not trivializing the damage that's done. I mean, obviously, it's traumatic no matter whether it's a small fire or a big one, but do we track the values of these?
We do. So part of the mandatory reporting to the Fire Commissioner's Office for the province of Alberta is that all destructive fires with a dollar loss associated are investigated for one and or reported as a second. So as a municipality, both urban and rural, we provide these dollar loss figures to the Fire Commissioner's Office, and that data can be extracted by respective municipalities to see what, one, the total value of a property was, the loss associated with the fire for both the property, as in, the structure and or the contents. Those are both reported separately. So, and then there is comparison with the insurance industry that you can actually see how much money of insurance is paid out in that particular area as well. And so those statistics and demographics drive an overall picture of the avenues and the areas that the Fire Commissioner's Office directs municipal fire departments towards for home safety initiatives, public education, things like smoke alarms, I should say, carbon monoxide devices, things like that. So that's what is driving all of those. So at any given time, we can pull up our history. We can see the last 10 years what the dollar loss due to fire is in the town of Olds or the county of Mountain View, and so on and so forth.
Okay, thank you very much. That might be interesting to see if, at some point, if you wanted to include that in the stats as well.
We can extract that for sure.
Thank you. Councillor Overwater.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper. When it states here, assistance to AHS 29 and for the urban and assistance to AHS 10 in the rural, are those ones that we actually get paid back for?
There is no compensation received from AHS for assisting EMS in any way, shape, or form. That's been a long-standing item that many municipalities have asked. Their support to us and our system is through the Medical First Response Program, where they provide opportunities for things like first aid training, grants for medical equipment, and opportunities as such. So, but there is no compensation because the onus is placed on the municipality to decide the level of service that they provide. So it would be up to you as elected officials to decide whether the fire service actually does respond at all or not. And so that's the level of service that we have right now.
Yeah, and as you well know, Councillor Overwater, we've been advocating and lobbying to the Alberta government for some sort of compensation from Alberta Health Services.
Yes, I
To
just
no
wanted
avail.
I just wanted to make sure we're not
Yeah.
getting paid.
Okay, and
It's very
another
clear,
question.
we're still not getting
Another
paid.
question.
Yeah, so some of these calls out in the rural where it says no loss, do you still get a lot of calls from the plant to the south of Olds? Because a lot of times for a while there, people were calling in saying there's a huge fire to the south and it was the plant flaring there.
If I had $1 for every time we've been called for the Pioneer Grain Elevator on fire in my 25 years, I'd have about, I don't know, $40 or $50. But no, to be honest, I can't recall the last time that we were called there, so that is a good thing for sure. So, but I would not bet that it will be done for sure.
Any further questions to Director Andrew? Seeing none, I'd ask for a motion. Councillor Blatz.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper. I move that we accept the second quarter statistics report from Chief Andrew for Protective Services as information. And thank you very much for your report.
All in favor of the motion? Thank you. The motion is carried. Thank you very much for your presentation, Director Andrew. And now we'll call up Sergeant Christensen for the Olds Municipal Enforcement Quarterly Report.
Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor and Council. Today I'm here for our second quarter report, and I'll just briefly go through it, and if you have any questions, please let me know. So our stats, just wanted to point out that they're all up this year for our second quarter, except for our unsightlies, which is a good thing because it means that we've been getting through to residents to keep their properties clean. Other than that, everything has been up quite a bit. Wanted to point out even our officer-generated calls are up 36%, which is an increase over last year. The next slide is just our crime class. So a majority of our work is, of course, the community standards, followed by animal control and then traffic, and then just other miscellaneous bylaws that we deal with on a regular basis. The next one is our second quarter method of reporting. So as you can see, 46% of our calls for this quarter was officer generated. So that's 46% of our calls. In our violations for second quarter, majority was provincial. Again, 59% of the provincial were warnings. We had 208 positive tickets in the second quarter, which was up 29%, or 29% of our tickets. Contact reports, as we discussed prior, are just reports that, questions that people call in. We just call that a contact report. That's no action required on them. So roads checks, education awareness, that was our biggest two. We have to keep track of all of our Service Alberta calls, so we have to keep track of them. Our violation reporting, as you can see, we had the second quarter was warnings versus violations, and the dollar amount that was associated with those ones. The next one was officer availability. So out of the second quarter, we only had 4% of our time where we didn't have an officer on duty, which would mean where we didn't have anybody available to deal with a call that came in. We've been working diligently on our graffiti removal, and for our second quarter, we had 66 files that are ongoing right now. 31 of them have been completed, and we have 35 in progress, and I can say that since I did this report, quite a few more have been added, and quite a few have been completed as well. We've been working with the utility companies to get a lot of our boxes cleaned up, our power poles, and garbage cans, etc. around town. Unsightlies, we had 137 unsightly files in our second quarter, which is mostly your grass and weeds and garbage. So we've been really diligently going through and trying to get those cleaned up as best we can. Out of that, we've had pretty good compliance. We do have a couple that we are having to work with a little harder than others. Traffic and traffic initiatives, April was our speed month, as well as motorcycle aggressive driving. We have been out enforcing them when our time is permitted. June was commercial vehicle safety month. Unfortunately, I'm the only one that's commercial vehicle trained, so it was whatever I could get in the month of June. We do follow the Alberta Traffic Safety Calendar, so we follow whatever they have for those months. During that time, we had our school zones and school bus program where we had 24 warnings and 4 actual violations in the second quarter. We've had some calls about these people not stopping for red lights on the school buses, so we did have 3 warnings and 1 violation issued. We've issued numerous did you knows to social media, just trying to promote that safety. Bike patrols, we've been busy with bike patrols when we can get time out there. It's great for meeting residents and being in the community as well. During that time, we do promote bike safety and encourage residents with children to contact us if they would like to have some more information on bike safety or bike and helmet safety. And then we've done some education on our electric scooters. And our positive tickets, so in the second quarter, there was 208 positive tickets issued. And just to clarify on that, we do issue a lot of positive tickets, but there's a lot of times when we go, say, to the splash park when it was 28 above, we issued a whole pile of Slurpee tickets, but we didn't actually give them tickets for it. So we do have a higher number of interactions. The ones that we have that we record. And then you guys had given me authority to purchase a new vehicle for the department, and that's a picture of the vehicle that we purchased. And with that, I will leave that up to any questions.
Mayor Majewska.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Sergeant Christensen, for your presentation today. A little earlier in your presentation, you mentioned your commercial inspections. Are you on track to end those throughout the season as opposed to having to bulk up in December?
Yes,
like
I am.
You did the year
it's been
before.
a bit challenging with our staffing, but I'm
well
pretty
on your
close.
way to
yeah,
get
well on
your
my
quota?
way. Yes, yeah. So I won't be doing them all in the end of December.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, it's tough crawling under commercial vehicles in the middle of winter. I don't envy that job of yours, so thank you.
Councillor Thompson?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper. Mr. Christensen, you reported that our numbers are up across the board as you went on, And we were able to provide a response 96% of the time. This year, we created a little more budget for this area with a student and to provide for holidays and stuff. Is that proved to be effective and reduce overtime and things for staff? How's that going?
Absolutely, through yourself to Councillor Thompson. The overtime, we don't usually have a large amount of overtime. We basically just ran our schedule if there was nobody available. Absolutely, having the summer student was a benefit to us because that really allowed someone to focus on our graffiti problem, where we weren't having to take time away from our CPO time to focus on that. So that was definitely a benefit. The additional staffing definitely helped with our availability. I mean, if you looked at our past, we did have quite a bit where we were, 18% of their time where we didn't have an officer available. So with that, having said that, we had some shifts where someone didn't come in till 11:30, so that time prior from 8 o'clock till 11:30, we did mark that as not available, or if someone was away on training, that would be marked in there. So it definitely did help us.
Any further questions? If not, Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper. I have a question with regards to the fines. So on page 34, when we go down to the bottom and we see council has budgeted the $15,000 for fine revenue, and to date, we have $22.98. But then in page 39, I believe it is, we have violations at the $15,000 for the second quarter. So are these violations, the dollar figure here, just money that, these are people who have been ticketed and the money just hasn't come back to the town yet?
That is correct. So I'll kind of break that down through yourself to we found an issue where the budget or the fine money was not being properly put into our budget line, so we fixed that. So that's increased our number on our fines. The 75,000 the 15,000 that you see is the true number of numbers or fines that we gave out to the people. That's before the government takes their 40%. We have to remember when we issue a violation, it can take up to 2 years before we actually see that money, because sometimes people will forget about the ticket, they'll get convicted in absence, and they'll still get a letter in the mail, they'll forget about it. It gets put on their registries, and if you register your vehicle every 2 years, that's when we'll see the money, because they can't register their vehicles until they pay their fine. So sometimes these numbers they look big, but it can be up to 2 years before we actually see the money in our bank account.
Okay, that's fine. That's what I thought, but I just wanted to double check with you to make sure that that's the way it goes. Thank you.
Councillor Bennett.
I'm ready to make motion. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sergeant Christensen. Great report, thank you. And I move to accept the second quarter stats for municipal enforcement. For information, yes.
All in favor of the motion? Motion is carried. Thank you very much. Moving on to, I believe it's Director Wagstaff, Operations and Capital Project, monthly verbal update.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have emailed this around at the start of the meeting. I do have an update from staff, so it is current. Highway 27 and 70th Avenue. Milling on the highway was completed last week. Those millings have been placed at the Ops Center site and put down to mitigate both the mud and dust at that site as part of this project. 80% of the electrical conduit is installed on Highway 27 and 70th Avenue. 75% of the earthworks are done. 90% of the road gravel is placed. That's the base for the paving, which is the next steps. So you can see it's been widened out, so now it's ready to be paved. Pouring of the concrete median and pouring of concrete millings for the signal lights to be put in place after the paving is complete. Overall, the project is going very well, aside from the fact that recently the weather has begun to play some impact and experiencing rain delays. However, with this project, it's both on budget and is still on schedule to be completed in October. 68th Street Roundabout, the detour, anyone that's driven south or north on Highway 2A, it's still in effect. 65% of the deep utilities are installed inside the roadway that is inside the southeast industrial area. The holding pond is 80% complete. Roundabout earthworks is complete. They are now laying gravel, laying the base for the paving and curbing of that, of the roundabout. It's going well. Again, recently some weather delays have caused it to be delayed by about 4 or 5 days. So the original October 14th date is not the date they're shooting for now. It's now a completion for the end of October, but that's still the window that we had within the contract with them. And North Reservoir relining, as was reported to council, but not the, well, I guess we were reporting it out on Twitter and social media to the public. North Reservoir was completed back in July, completed ahead of schedule by 3 weeks, and under budget by approximately $20,000. That's still being finalized within the 30 days of the, within the end of the, all the bills being invoiced out. Wayfinding, the contractor has poured the pilings for all the signs. The sign bases have also been poured and put in place. Those are curing, because before you put weight on the concrete, you just want them to sit for a bit. And those are scheduled to be placed by the end of September. The project is on budget. Sewer relining, that's another one that had been updated earlier in the summer. It is complete. It was completed early August. This project, we're going to capitalize as much of the budget as we can to complete as much work each year as possible. It's under budget by approximately $5,000 for this year and completed ahead of schedule by about 2 weeks. Those are the updates we have with operations capital projects.
Very much, Director Wagstaff. Councillor Bennett, you have a question?
I do. Thank you, Director Wagstaff, for the update. I just have a question. Remind me how many of bases were put just recently that are curing?
If I can get back to you on that, because I'm not trusting my memory after coming back from vacation for 2 weeks. I want to say 11 or 9, but I will get back to council to affirm that.
I do have a question in reference to the 70th Avenue roundabout, or no, 70th, Highway 2A and whatever street it is.
68th.
That's 68th Street. How far is the town building the road into that industrial subdivision?
So the road base goes right to the east end, the west end of the property, just about to the railway tracks, not quite to the railway tracks. So the road base is built. It will be gravelled for full road completion to the road that lines up, and I just can't remember the street that's inside the industrial area that would line up with Sundial and the cemetery to the north-south. And it's only going to be paved in just the few feet, so it'll be gravel. A few feet off the roundabout.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Overwater.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper. So the roundabout, it will be concrete, correct? It's not going to be what's going on to the west of us in our neighboring community with their roundabout where it's wood and there's spikes sticking up, and it is going to be concrete, correct?
This is a built for purpose roundabout, not like what some neighboring communities made makeshift inside a small area. So this was designed and built to Alberta Transportation Standards, so it's the full concrete curb with pavement.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson has a question.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper. Through yourself to Mr. Wagstaff, are there any other items remaining from the Operations Center?
Just minor items that are remaining there. So like any new build, as we've referred to a number of times over the summer and earlier, when you like if you build a new house, when you get the keys, there's always some little things you want to make sure that are cleaned up. That's where we're at in that part of the project. It's just making sure all those little items are correct. Examples being, some doors are hung and they're not quite closing correctly, that type of incidentals. Nothing that we would consider major at this point in time.
Thank you very much. I believe there's some other discussion. Councillor Overwater.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper. I do believe we have a closed discussion regarding the Operations Center, as I've sent an email into Director Linderman, that we can discuss that in further detail as to some questions that need to be asked about the Operations Center.
Yeah.
CEO Merritt.
That is at the end of the meeting in a closed session, and it is a client solicitor privileged discussion.
Thank you. So I'd entertain a motion for accepting the operations update. Thank you, Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper. I would like to make a motion to, adopt the verbal updated presentation by Director Wagstaff as information.
Thank you very much. We have a motion to accept the report for information. All in favor? Motion is carried. We will move on to Economic Development Secretariat. I believe Mr. Larry Wright is here, as well as Sandra Black is here. So I'd invite CEO Merritt to make some introductions.
Well, thank you, Deputy. And yes, we have two presentations. We have Larry Wright presenting on the Economic Development Secretariat, and then Sandra Blythe, who is our Economic Development Officer. She'll be relatively new to the town of Fold. She'll be presenting on economic development in general and an overview of our strategies. So with that, I'll ask Mr. Wright to come first, and then Sandra secondly.
Welcome, Mr. Wright. Two Wrights today.
There we go. Okay. Yep, we're good. Okay, thank you, Council and everyone on this bright, shiny Alberta blue sky day, which is a very nice thing to see. I've deliberately kept this opening presentation very brief because Sandra has a lot of details that she'd like to go through with you. And we know it's time is prohibitive given the schedule and the agenda today. So we'll just make it brief in that. But thank you. It's a recap here on the first sheet, basically 2021 growth and expansion, areas of focus and progress. We're holding line on our allocated budget for this year. One of our target goals was to hire an economic development officer. Welcome, Sandra. For those that have not met her, she has a very resourceful, long-standing background in Saskatchewan and in southern Alberta. So I think we complement each other not too badly. In any case, I've been upholding the council request that we do education, coaching, and transfer of information, and it's will be a long road. Anyway, just moving right along. Our Economic Development Secretariat, we've been trying to maintain through COVID and vacation schedules and on and changes within our different memberships, particularly the Chamber of Commerce this year, and coaching Cassidy, the new Chamber President, and working with Doug in the Chamber, and continuing to work with Everett. He's quite a busy gentleman, by the way, and he has taken on another project, I believe, in Didsbury now, working on a library as such. But we're trying to keep him up to speed and try to keep him involved. We've had some great exchanges, particularly with Alberta Innovates, the Alberta government, and CAPE, and a few of our other folks, and Red Deer Tourism. We plan to do a meeting, especially in Red Deer, with Rene and his group for the future. As an introduction for Sandra, I've been taking her around and one by one capturing people at their workplaces or in informal meetings and that, try to build the knowledge base. We were here in early July with an outline and a program for our tourism committee in the future, and I just get you to recall that. And now with Sandra here, she has a very strong focus on business retention and expansion and a lot of experience in that area. So we're also moving along on that one. And our areas of focus and progress here, energy. No matter which way you cut it, the Fortis substation just will not support without a major expansion, new industrial growth, new business growth, particularly light industrial and heavy industrial. And that's got to be just a continuous focus for us. We've had some great chats through CMAG and TC Energy, natural gas and alternatives, but there's more. We haven't got into the mini nukes yet. I don't think we'll go there right now. It's too tenuous. Regional projects under discussion. We're still awaiting the straw manufactured pressboard project. It's over on down Highway 27 from us, but we know it'll promote housing, business and growth and jobs. And the big one for myself personally right now is that we are out on Merck's for a $500 million project call for the Sawa project, working with all their 60-member communities, counties, and folks in southern and central Alberta. But I can't go in too much detail. We are under a DR restriction at this point in time. All I can say is Merck's does indicate that we've had 31 plan and project takers at this point in time across the world. It's going to be a really very difficult evaluation process, and I expect it may take us up to 2 months. But given the impact and the future impact in Alberta of an energy from waste facility, it just cannot be underestimated, the value. And when you talk to Mary Ann and you talk to Swan Hills, where we know that the Swan Hills facility will close in probably 2 years, and that's going to leave a change in how we do waste management and hazardous waste management in Alberta. Hopefully, the Sawa project could take a portion of that work on. Brownfield redevelopment, I worked with the family that originally owned the Sipperley building behind the scenes, and they would like to do a supportive measure if we could put together a program for reuse and renewal. But unfortunately, they've had some difficulties with land and sales and all those challenges through COVID. But they're very willing to help us out and would like to supply some funding along the way. We recognize our old fire hall and public works facilities. We really need to move forward as brownfield redevelopment, and possibilities there are endless, but there are environmental issues. We know that. The Texaco site, if we ever get that thing rehabilitated, that would be a great pleasure for us all. Other service station, previous sites were in constant contact with FCM Ottawa and our Libra group that we work continuously back and forth across the country on projects and project opportunities and potential funding. One of the items we've initiated, but we've got bogged down a little bit, is what do we do with wetlands and how that slows down our development and our development opportunities and investment opportunities. And we had discussions and supplied information to Legacy Land Trust. And then we were advised that there was another local group that may be also interested in working with us on a project in Olds. There you go. Tourism links, Red Deer Tourism, we mentioned, EDA Access Prosperity. Access Prosperity worked with us in the college during the Ag Smart. And they would like us to come back in and do some more work with them through this winter. There's a strong association between the college over the next year and Access Prosperity in Red Deer. And we had quite the gathering at Smart Ag, right in one of the tents with Alberta United Government agencies and many others. So just information. This is a really quick and brief overview. We continue to work on COVID-19 economic development business recovery support. One of the pieces I was going to add today was travel restrictions, how you can get across the U.S. border and back. coming through other provinces and that, I wrote a piece for our Health and Safety and Human Resources, but it's too detailed to go into today, so I'm going to send it ahead under separate cover. And we went through everything from private aircraft to aircrew to all and everything you can imagine under the sun. We just kept up our list on Olds Business Relaunch Incentives 2021. You've seen most of them before, I know that. And that's just as information. I wasn't sure whether Director Wagstaff was going to be back today, so I went out and shot pictures of Highway 2A and 67th Street Southeast Industrial intersection at work, and Highway 27 and 70th. So just to add a little pictorial graphics for you, and others in the gallery. You are familiar with our 2021 CAPE community profiles. We've been asked by CAPE to form part of the committee to revamp these in October, and I'm very pleased to be asked to do that. We've spent 4 years working on them, making it better, prettier, nicer, and more informative. So we're very pleased to be asked to do that. Our partnerships and relationships, if we just move ahead to that, we continue to build, grow, and retain those memberships. And again, Red Deer Regional Tourism, I think, is going to be huge in conjunction and working with us over the future. I need to take Sandra ahead and introduce her to all these wonderful people out there. Anyway, given the picture on our front cover, I had to have the Rotary Park opening with the photo for the 11th. And September 11th, if you recall, was not a really great time in North America. So God bless everyone that survived and how we've got through that event. Thank you very much. And with that, Sandra, CEO, thank you.
Okay, Larry, thanks. Before you step away too soon, I think there might be a question or a comment to be made.
Yep, Councillor Overwater.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper. I just want to make sure everybody realizes that when Mr. Wright talks about Red Deer Tourism, Cape belongs to Red Deer Tourism, so there's many other municipalities that belong in Red Deer Tourism. I know it's sort of a play on words, Red Deer, because we've talked about Red Deer being very centric, and but there's many other communities that belong to that Red Deer Tourism, so just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
No merit?
I'll just introduce Sandra Blythe again. Sandra, I know you were here, so there you are. Please come up to the podium. Sandra has just joined us just over a month or so ago and has been very active in getting some knowledge transfer from Mr. Wright, as well as getting to know staff and getting to know regional agencies. So with that, Sandra has put together a PowerPoint on building the next generation of economic development. And Sandra, the floor is yours.
Okay, great, thank you. Well, hello, everyone. I've been drinking from the fire hose here for the last 3 weeks since I arrived, but Larry's been a great resource, and it's a great group of people, actually, that I've met. Obviously, people are at home still with COVID, but you've got a wonderful team here and some really nice people, so I'm very happy to be here. So thank you for having me. I'm not going to get into myself at all. I think the more important thing is the economic strategy. So I'm here to talk about the big rock of my job, which is developing that strategy and actually executing on it. Now, let's see how this is going to work. Oh, no. We just move up. Is it a roller? Ah, there we go. Okay, so of course this is one of your top priorities as a council since 2017 is to obviously develop an economic development plan that includes a business retention and attraction strategy. So what I'm going to talk about today, and I'm going to do my best to get through this as quickly as possible, but we might be challenged. So I'm going to talk fast. If I'm losing you, put your hand up, and I'm happy to stop and answer questions. But ultimately, the presentation today is going to talk about the treetops of that vision, of that strategy, what it is, where it comes from, and what it will do to help grow the local economy here. In addition to that, before I get started, I want to first talk about economic development. I've found in 23 years of my career, communities really appreciate me simplifying economic development because it is a very ambiguous topic. It's very complex and oftentimes misunderstood. So hopefully you will also appreciate as I go through that. Ultimately, evolution of economic development, it all started back in about 1945. So it's a field of study that's relatively new. Started after the war, federal government largely funded it, then it trickled down to provinces, and now municipalities largely pay for economic development across Canada. When it all began, it was all pumping money into investment attraction. That's what governments believed was necessary to grow economies. There was a lot of winners and losers in this game, and what they found out quickly was that investment attraction was a very expensive game to be in. So we know that now. When we look at investment attraction, we have to be very focused in where we're going and know exactly who we're going after and how we incentivize and subsidize, perhaps, those investments. We have to be really strategic in how we do that. So that started about 1945. Then in about the 60s, government started focusing and realizing local business was actually where we need to be spending our time. Entrepreneurship and business development was the focus. That's where your community futures organizations, RETAs, and all of those came into play. And they're still here today. After that, in and about the late 80s, P3s came into play, public-private partnerships. That was the new buzzwords, and building business networks, helping businesses figure out their synergies and reduce costs and improve efficiencies. But as we know, they don't always work, so there's pros and cons to those as well. Ultimately, since the beginning of time, we've been sort of putting our eggs all in one basket and figuring out as we go. Where we are today, however, is a new model. And it's called a competitive growth economy, or looking at our ecosystem, taking more of a multifaceted, holistic approach at economic development. So it's two things. We have to look at the environment, understand our environment and where we're competitive in that environment, and I'll get into those slides, and also our industries and how they're operating. And are we creating that competitive environment for those industries? So to grow local industry clusters is what I'm talking about. I'm not going to get into the weeds on that, but I will explain it in a little bit. Ultimately, at the end of the day, you create a healthy growth economy that supports your industries that live there. What happens is you naturally and organically spur growth from within, and that in turn attracts investment from beyond. So it's back to local, create the proper environment, and then you go from there. Approaches to economic development. What I've found over 23 years is economic development is probably one of the most misunderstood fields of study. And it's confused often with community development. So very simplistically, community development is the process for making a community a better place to live. It's those social sides of things, right? It's all about homelessness. It's about creating parks and walkways. It's about creating systems for our seniors and those types of things. Looking at how do we create a great quality of life in our community. That's community development. Economic development, plain and simple, creation of wealth. There's three ways to do that. Business retention and expansion, which is all about enhancing our existing businesses and working with them and helping them to grow. Business attraction, which is about attracting new businesses to the community. And then the creation, which is the whole entrepreneurship thing. How do we create entrepreneurs that will help grow new businesses within our community? So that's it, plain and simple. So going forward, the things you're going to see from me are going to be laid out in this framework. So you can see where we're realizing benefits in these key areas. Okay, what you're looking at here is one of the most simplistic slides I was able to find, and it's from the Harvard School of Business. The individual that did this is considered the economic development mind of our century. His name's Michael Porter, and he has written numerous books and papers on his theories on economic growth and development. So he explains it very simplistically. And what I will say is you have one side which is very tactical, with the assumption here is that there's a winner and a loser when you go on the tactical side. When you're strategic, there should be win-wins on both sides. That's a good negotiation, where both people leave the table feeling we've both won. Now, what I like about his thing is what he does is he goes in and he looks at how some of the things you're going to notice on the left are what we're doing as communities and what we can be doing to become more strategic. So on the left side, large time, we've focused on attracting new investments, as opposed to also supporting the development and growth of local investment and existing companies. Competing for every plant is a tactical way of attracting investment, where what we should be doing is reinforcing areas of specialization and emerging cluster strength. That's a big buzzword, but what that means is playing to your assets. So who are the industries that have already invested here? They want to see economic growth happen. So what we need to do is create systems and supply chains for those existing industries and specialize our environment to serve their needs. The more we serve their needs, the better chance they have at becoming competitive. So they have to compete in a global economy. Right now, our downtown shoe store is competing with Amazon. Our manufacturers and so forth are competing with China, Brazil, India, and they're doing that in an environment where we're not creating an environment where they can be globally competitive. Things have changed now that it's a global marketplace. So that's what he's talking about there, and I'll get into that a little bit later. Or we can offer generalized tax breaks. Tactically, strategically, we can provide state-of-the-art support for training, infrastructure, and institutions with enduring benefits. Simple example there, create a customized, specialized skills pipeline. Those are talents in your community that actually meet the needs of those industries. You have a workforce development strategy that identifies by your industries the talent they're looking for and what they need to do to train those people so we get people into jobs at the local level. We can provide subsidies to lower and offset business costs, but strategically, we can create more efficient ways to do business. Every city and sub-region for itself, or we can harness efficiencies and coordinate across jurisdictions. So right now, we operate in an environment where we have government outlined boundaries. What we all know is industry doesn't work within boundaries. They're working globally. So depending on the industry that we're talking about should determine the jurisdiction that we're working in. So agriculture's boundary and jurisdiction is going to look completely different from a retail sector. So that boundary needs to be elastic in nature. So the partnerships and things that we need to form in the future are dictated by our industries. I'll get into the details another day. We don't have time for that today, but nonetheless, the strategy I'm going to talk to you about leans on the right side to be more strategic. So, an economic development strategy that we're going to develop is essentially the overarching plan for those three approaches I just talked about. It guides those approaches. So there's three key steps in this strategy that I'm proposing. One is to assess the economic foundation, which is what we call the inputs of our environment. So ultimately, that foundation looks at 8 critical areas. Now, different economic strategists will lay out these areas in different ways, but I found this one to be the most simplistic. Anyways, so economic growth is essentially a byproduct of a healthy ecosystem. What we have to do is be able to look in these 8 critical areas. That means bringing together the agencies, institutions, and so forth that represent these areas and have a discussion about what's working and what's not working. Industry will tell us what's not working and the areas that we can change. Ultimately, what we need to know is, do we have an environment that has the capacity to meet the needs of our existing industries? Are they specialized in some nature? So when we look at the college, as you guys know, the college is very unique. You have a huge asset here because this is a college that's actually focused in a direction of your driving industries, which is very unique. Most colleges across the province of Saskatchewan and Alberta get blanket policies, blanket programs, and try and get students in seats in those blanket programs, because that's the college system. Our college systems need to be focused in areas that actually meet the needs of your local economy. And every economy is different. The economy here and the one in Medicine Hat are two different things. Our colleges need to be directed in those particular areas. So you guys are very fortunate to have a college that's doing that, and that's why it's doing so well, is in addition to that. How responsive can we be to market changes? So the more in tune and become experts in this environment, the more equipped we're going to be to respond to when there's market changes. So when federal government decides we're not funding a pipeline, we can be more responsive as opposed to reactive. We have other things in the basket that we can work on. Let me go back. So, number 2 is we have to assess the economic industries, or rather the driving industries in our economy. So this strategy proposes looking at, this is called a cluster layer cake. So this is a very simplistic view of a cluster and how our economy operates to our industry. So you'll notice at the bottom is the economic foundation. That's the environment I was just talking about. In between that, you have your regional suppliers. These suppliers serve various aspects of various industries. At the top, you have cluster segments. So this could be an agriculture cluster, one could be a steel manufacturing and processing, what have you. What we have to do is go in and figure out who are our clusters, or who are those driving industries that we need to develop and shore up their clusters, and create a regional supply chain that is customized to the needs of those industries. So what eventually happens is, as we create more specialization and capacity in our regional suppliers and our foundation, ultimately those industries start to say, you need to attract company whatever out of China. Because when we start to assess those cluster industries, we're going to start to see overarching themes. We're going to start to identify that cluster A and cluster B perhaps are pulling supplies out of China. So they're bringing in imports. Ultimately, where we want to land is reduce imports, try and produce as much as we can at the local level, and increase exports. The more efficient our system becomes, the more exports that can go out, fewer imports coming in. That's how we generate wealth from external. So that's a very simplistic model of cluster development, but we can get into that another day. And ultimately, once the strategy is developed, it's all about applying an economic planning and action system that ensures long-term success. So by this I mean, we've all heard about the plans and the strategies that come into play. Some sit on shelves and grow dusty. Others start to get implemented, but then the environment changes. New governments come in. The agencies that are funded regionally perhaps change council. They want to do different things, and pretty soon that strategy becomes moot. We don't want that strategy anymore. That's not working. Economic development is a long-term game. So to be effective, we have to commit to long-term plans. So it's a system that you're also going to see when we come out of this, and I won't get into the details of that. But ultimately, it's to ensure long-term success. So, economic development opportunities here at the local level. Of course, this is not a conclusive list. These are purely examples of some of the economic engines we have here. So these are companies that I am going to be dashing out to meet and talk to and get some information from them as far as, what are you importing? What are you buying at the local level? Why do I want to know that? Because I want to know how tied they are to our local economy. So oftentimes when you go into communities, they've got these huge processing facilities. I go in and I talk to them and they tell me, oh, I'm importing from all over the place. Well, what do you do at the local level? Well, we do community development stuff. Like we put money into the hockey team and, and we buy paper and office products here. That's a problem. because those global companies have a bottom line. Their shareholders don't care about your community. They want to make sure that company's making money. They want to make sure that their distribution channels are effective. They need to do things better, cheaper, faster. And that's why they're probably in India. That's probably why they're in China. And so we have to know, why are these companies here and what do we have to do to keep them here, to create those market linkages so those companies have a harder time leaving. So that happens in a small company or in a big company. So anyways, the other thing is the economic foundation. So here's some of the key things that are assets for you guys. Old College, as I say, through Old College, we can start to build a specialized workforce here. We can get to a point down the road where we're actually going in and talking to students and saying, in year whatever, these are the jobs that are available. You can get the training here and we can move you from training into a job. So it's creating that specialization. Other things, I won't get into all of these, but obviously ONET, huge asset to our community. Mountain View Power, another one. We have to look at these types of communication and utility things, and how do we maximize the potential of these infrastructure items that have started here. Land and so forth. So ultimately what I'm saying is we have to understand our driving industries. We have to become experts in those so we know who to attract. And we also have to become experts in our economic foundation and how it's operating, and make sure that we are creating locational advantages and a competitive environment. Okay, so this slide, usually, always, everybody starts nodding, right? So this is not issues that Old has or just Didsbury has or so forth. Economic development across the board, these are the issues that we face. So one, strategic direction. Oftentimes, as I say, many communities and governments will focus solely on investment attraction and not on local business and industry. So it's going after any industry that'll come. We're happy to take them, and I'm going to fight that neighboring community to get that business here regardless. Even if it makes more sense over there, I don't care. They're coming here. And that is not a good way to look at it. As soon as we understand these industries and they start saying to me, Sandra, if you could get somebody here that could process this, or if you could fix this infrastructure problem, that's going to affect my bottom line in a big way. And I'm behind you, and I want to throw money at this to help you attract those companies. I go back to the office and I start researching those companies. Where are they? What competitive advantage do those locations have that we don't have, and how do we change that? That's effective investment attraction, because you're creating a specialized environment. Make sense? Okay. No formal joint strategy for growing the economy and its industries. So if any of you read the PowerPoint, what I'm proposing is regional. So looking at our community alone, we will not create economic growth here. Maybe a small bit. But at the end of the day, to compete globally, we have to think regionally. We need a full-on economic strategy of the areas I'm talking about in Old, in our surrounding area, and that is dictated by our industries, as I noted in the beginning. We have to be able to optimize our resources, but the challenge is we have silos, organizations that are working in silos, departments working in silos. We have turf wars, distrust. There's people, I've been in situations where people have said, I'm not giving you gravel from RRM because you're a whatever, and it all came from a hockey war 20 years ago. Like, it's insane, right? But this is where we're at. So we have to open communications. We have to be real about what our warts are if we're going to change and grow. And so anyways, open communication. There's often confusion about who and what each is doing and the value that each of us brings. Every organization has value. Everyone. But how do we tap those resources in a united way? We have a limited understanding of our business and industries and what they require to grow and the role each of us plays. Effective governance models we need. So the one we have is broken. Right now, we operate under a maze of boundaries and considerable duplication on what each of us is doing. And we don't even know it, right? So some of us are in tourism, some of us are involved in other things, but to what degree? Anyways. And practitioners of organizations may see each other as competitive rivals and not economic partners. One quick example, Scandinavia. We have countries in Scandinavia that actually sit down annually and discuss policy for those countries to attract the mining industry to Scandinavia. They have the same industries we have here. Countries are doing that. And we're challenged sometimes working across communities to make this stuff happen, right? Nonetheless. Anyway, so what I'm proposing here is getting into the next generation economy, where we look at the clusters, we set up stewards at a table that look at our industry clusters. We get those stakeholders to the table. The institutions and agencies that represent our economic environment, we bring those people to the table. We do an assessment with industry to figure out what's not working and have discussions about how can we make these systems work. Ultimately, at the end of the day, the strategy will give us specific industry strategies and specific foundation strategies. And these are just examples. So whether we're in economic development, community development, or whatever, at the end of the day, we need to share goals. So I think these 4 goals are usually pretty much what most communities look for, is prosperity, sustainability, equity, and a high quality of life. So we all need to be going towards the same goal, no matter who we are in our local economy. So ultimately, what I'm proposing is one, that we bring together a broad-based regional economic strategy that's developed, implemented, and supported through collaboration of regional stakeholders, including industry, government institutions, organizations, economic and business development agencies. We develop or assess industry clusters' needs, identify them, prioritize them, set an action plan in place, and performance measurements to know whether or not we're growing or not. So that's another big problem, right? When there's a plan in place, but we don't measure and benchmark what we're doing, how do we know we're really growing? You don't know. So we have to put that in place. Economic foundations ecosystem, those 8 input areas, we have to assess that and benchmark it. And then ultimately put into place a long-term, high-performing economic planning and action system that supports our economy. In sum, I'm way past my time. Any questions?
Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. Lots of food for thought. Does anybody from council have a question? Oh, Councillor Thompson.
More of a statement, Deputy Mayor. I would say that the presentation showed vision and applaud the presenter.
Thank you.
Very much. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to meet you, and welcome to Olds from all of us. And this was a very good presentation, and so much of what we need to do is part of it. We're not probably different than other communities, but if we don't benchmark, if we don't have good governance, if we're not out there regionally, we won't succeed. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
I do echo the great presentation, and thank you very much for your vision. So I'd accept a motion from council to accept this for information. Mayor Majewska.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Sandra, for your presentation. As aforementioned by the two councillors before me, this is visionary, and we applaud the work that you've done so far. The fire hose obviously wasn't too hard, because you've drank a lot, and I think you have a pretty good handle on our community for the short time that you've been here. Thank you. I do move that we accept today's presentation for information, and thank you very much.
Thank you. I forgot the last slide. There's some links there. If you want to read up on cluster development, if you're really bored.
All in favor, we do have a motion on the table. All in favor of the motion? Any opposed? The motion is carried. I do apologize to the gallery. We do have a in-camera session coming up right now. I would accept a motion to go to a closed session. I believe, Councillor Overwater, this was your item?
Sure, thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper. Yes, I move we go into a closed session, economic information from Central Alberta Economic Partnership, FOIT 16, FOIT 25.
Could you please include who is to stay in the room?
Sorry, all of council, the CAO, Director Blythe, Director Wright, and James Carpenter, and...
Yes, could I ask that my executive team stay for this as well?
Okay, sure.
Do you want our communications and legislative clerk here, or is that necessary? No? That's okay.
I see nothing wrong with...
Okay, they
both.
can stay.
Yes.
And as we clear the gallery, could we take like about a 5-minute break? All in favor? Thank you very much, Ms. McKinnon.
5-minute recess?
5-minute recess. Okay? We're good to go? So welcome back to the open session. I believe we have a motion.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper. Yes, I move that we accept the presentation from our business rep to the Central Alberta Economic Partnership for information.
Thank you very much, Councillor Overwater. All in favor of that motion? Motion is carried. Thank you very much. So we're moving on to presentations and delegations, and first up is our age-friendly action plan, and we have our age-friendly committee who will be presenting, and thank you very much, Acting Director LaRocque.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce Erica Sweetman. She is here with the Age Friendly Committee to talk about the Age Friendly Action Plan that the committee's been doing a lot of really hard work on.
Thanks, Tom. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All the committee members.
Oh, I'm all surrounded.
You are allowed to take off your mask now, Erica.
Thank you.
So you will be presenting today for us?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm Erica Sweetman, Chair of the Age Friendly Initiative Committee for Olds. Deputy Mayor Harper, councillors, and all the other officials that are here, we'd like to express our appreciation to Council for your support of our committee during the last 5 years and your attendance and participation at our community events. We've met with Marcy, and we understand that today our report will be received as information and referred to the service level. We would like to thank Marcy for explaining the process to us. At this time, I'd like to introduce the members of our committee that are here. We have Rita Thompson, Bernice Lynn, Kathy Doyle, and then members of the Olds Institute that are supporting us is Chair Brent Muzyczka and Darren Wilson. Thank you. We're very pleased with this document. It represents countless volunteer hours and invaluable input from the community during the last 5 years. Thank you. The only comment I make on this slide, in practical terms, an age-friendly community adapts its structures and services to be accessible and inclusive of older people with varying needs and capacities. Next one, please. We followed the steps indicated on this slide and recommended by the Alberta government. There were 3 huge documents. We followed them word for word and used all their suggestions. They indicated 8 areas of focus to be examined. The following slides were placed in order of importance by participants at a community engagement session which we held on April the 7th this year. The action plan considerations, as you see on the slide, the 3 points, and just to reiterate, this document can be adapted at any time. Next, please, transportation. Councillor Marianne Waters worked with AUMA to have a resolution for funding for rural centres, and we really appreciate her efforts. Thank you. A transportation focus group is being planned for this fall. Our intention is to invite presentations from other committees who have similar challenges in order to formulate our own ideas and gather information. Thank you. Our committee is working with the Rural Development Network to obtain a grant to work with on this area of focus in our strategic plan. At the moment, we are a little in limbo with that one. Communication. Communication issues were identified in each of the 8 areas of focus and appear to be one of the major obstacles to the community finding out about our town. We need to resolve that. The outdoor spaces and buildings, general points there are 2 slides. But the community identified washroom availability during all months of the year was one of the major issues to their enjoyment of the community. That one is specifically for the future, where we would hope to have an inventory of the buildings that are not accessible and maybe work on somehow making that change. Respect and social isolation. Currently, there is a lot ongoing with ageism awareness. We have a grant together with the Rural Development Network to expand the community awareness around ageism. To date, we've started a project called You Know Me. What that involved was interviewing several older persons regarding their experiences within the community of Olds. Quotes from their comments and their photograph will be on posters throughout the community. A comment here is that the World Health Organization has stated that from their research, they have learned that people are more afraid of aging than they are of dying. Social participation. We will be using some of our available funds to work with the schools. We're hoping that we can encourage interaction between students and seniors. So programs with the school teachers, administrations, to be established with the scholars and the students to mix and interact with seniors is our goal for this one. Housing, big problem in every community. We've heard a lot from children with aging parents about the difficulty of accessing information on housing and the options that we have in our community. Needs to be addressed. Civic participation and employment. Businesses in Olds are generally receptive to employing older adults, and we find that the ones that are employed are happy in their positions and tend to stay, become reliable and good employees. And lastly, going forward, the Age Friendly Committee has worked extensively with the community to develop this action plan. This offers reasonable and realistic requests, but it is recognized priorities change, and we will work with the town to adapt wherever necessary. Thank you. Question?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to you and your committee for all of your hard work. Councillor Overwater has a question.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper. Yeah, I just want to clarify that I don't work directly with AUMA, but I brought it forward from the committee to direct administration to come up with a resolution so that we can present at AUMA in the fall. And so hopefully it'll get to the floor and we'll be able to speak to it then, because, and the resolution is on transportation, as we know that that is a big problem here in our community. And I just really felt that the cities get all the money for transportation, and I really feel that smaller communities, we need some help with our public transportation, because we have people of all ages that need help getting around too. So that's sort of the premise of our resolution, really that hopefully gets to the floor and gets passed, and all the other communities support it as well. So
thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Councillor Blatz.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper, through you to Mrs. Sweetman. Thank you so much for the presentation, and to you and your committee members for the dedication and commitment you have to this group of volunteers. It's greatly appreciated. I noticed in your outdoor spaces and buildings that you're working with the town secretariat as far as implementing or looking at places that are easily accessible by all levels of seniors and people with mobility issues. Have you also been working with the Chamber of Commerce?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Yes,
You didn't note, it wasn't noted here, so I just
Yes.
wanted to clarify that. Thank you so much.
One of the comments that we used as one of our first bylines, if you design for the old, you exclude. So I got it backwards right off the bat. If you design for the young, you exclude the old. If you design for the old, you include everybody.
You do.
And so many of you were part of the wheelchair challenge. At that, we had a stroller with twins trying to negotiate the same paths that some of you were doing on that day. It doesn't matter how you design, providing you provide accessibility for everyone.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
very much. Councillor Ryan, and then I do have a question.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper. I do have a question with regards to under communication and information. And it was a strategy here, and I'm not sure if you could clarify it for me, because I'm not sure where you guys are going with it. And that was advocate for more responsive phone systems to improve communication. What are you getting at there?
Press 1 for this one, press 2 for that one, particularly within our community. And unfortunately, this building is one of the ones where you have to know rather clearly where you are headed, because quite often a lovely receptionist is busy and does not pick up. I don't know that there's an alternative to that. It used to be that if that first person wasn't available to the phone for the town, the phone diverted to another desk with a person. Now it's particularly difficult to get through. You have to know how to negotiate the phone system for the town, but you're not exclusive. Banks and even some of the clinics have similar phone systems, and it's unfriendly to the community.
Right, I agree. I think that sometimes we look at automation and think, well, it's going to be simpler, and you know, people can do something else with their time. But sometimes, in hindsight, it probably shouldn't have gone that way, and
Thank
you're
you.
not necessarily accessible that way. You know, by going.
And I think, speaking for myself as an old geriatric blonde, it's difficult to have the patience to hang on and you say, which some of you know me well, was translation.
Definitely, I know, and I don't think you have to be older to feel that way, because I certainly feel that way too when I get put on hold for a half an hour. Thanks.
So my question to your committee is, we do have a fairly active seniors group club with their own building. How involved did your committee have with the Olds Evergreen Club?
Not a very successful relationship. They have their agendas, and they were very welcoming if we wanted to use the building. Some of them would participate in various events we've hosted, but there was no ongoing group that took our message forward. Maybe times change. It may be a different personality group now.
Yeah, and I was just thinking of developing a letter for seniors that would be the group that could possibly be there.
Yeah, I'm sure that would be a start.
Yeah. And just a couple of in your thing, it should be Chinook's Edge School Division instead of Alberta Transportation.
Okay, thank you.
Creating mentorship programs in the schools.
Okay.
I don't think Alberta Transportation wants to be involved.
Right. I'm sure there are quite a few. By the time this reached its 5th or 6th generation, we glossed over some of the finer details, sorry.
It was wonderful details, I do appreciate that, but you also know I do pick up on those things, sorry. So, I would accept a motion, Mayor Majewska.
Absolutely, I would be honored to make the motion to accept this presentation and to wholeheartedly thank you, Mrs. Sweetman, and your entire committee. Yes, I know it's been a group effort, and we've appreciated very much you including council with everything from the wheelchair challenge up to all the input that you've asked us for. We appreciate it, up to and including our telephone system, which I think Mr. Merritt and I will have a talk about shortly after this meeting breaks. We appreciate your incredible work. It has been awesome, and I think this ties right in with our inclusive community initiatives and our UNESCO initiatives and all the volunteers in our town. We appreciate it very much. So I, with much honor, thank you and accept for information.
And direct it to a service level?
Absolutely, yes, direct administration to service level review.
Councillor Overwater has a question.
Yeah, I do. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper. So the resolution that you have here today, are we bringing that forward back to council for decision? There's a resolution on page...
Point of information.
Marcy.
85.
Thank
Ms.
you.
McKinnon.
Thank
What's-
you. So the motion that has been made is for council to take it back, or for us, admin, to take to council in your service level. And I guess at that point, when you guys decide what you're supporting and what you're not, then you could make those resolutions accordingly. Because if you make your resolutions now, then you're basically committing to everything.
No, I just don't want to get lost in the paperwork. I just want to make sure that we're going to discuss it somewhere along the line.
I do have it in my purview.
Thank you, Marcy.
We do have that understanding then, that'll be directed to the service level. Then we'll receive thorough discussion as well. And we do know that there's a resolution that's been proposed to accept it for further work for your committee. So we do have that understanding. Thank you very much, Erica,
Thank
and
you
all of
very
your
much.
committee for all of your hard work.
Thank you.
So we do have a motion on the floor. All in favor of the motion? Motion is carried. Thank you.
water gun ready for anybody that
Okay, thank you very much, Erica. You guys take care. Have a great day out there. So moving on, we do have an adjustment to the agenda where we are asking for the Olds Historical Society annual report. I believe Donna Erdman is here, and Michelle LaRocque, our acting director, will introduce.
Thank you. We do have Michelle Jorgensen here, our Heritage Advisor, to introduce Donna.
I'm allowed to touch it? Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here today to introduce Donna Erdman, Chair for the Olds Historical Society. She's here today to provide the annual report for the Olds Historical Society and the operations of the Mountain View Museum and Archives. Thank you.
Welcome, Mrs. Erdman. Welcome to come up to the podium, use the mic, and you can remove your mask.
Thank you very much, Michelle. Good afternoon, Mayor Mazichka, Deputy Mayor Harper, council, staff, and guests. Thank you for the opportunity to present this annual report of the Olds Historical Society, Mountain View Museum and Archives. The museum has faced challenges this year as we've been closed for over 6 months due to COVID restrictions. We have used this time as an opportunity to work on displays and in the collection, which is difficult to do when the museum is open to guests. This report outlines the activities since our last report of October of 2020. The museum continues to follow COVID protocols for the foreseeable future. Staff and volunteers wear masks, hand sanitizer is available at the front door, and guests are invited to stay together in family groups. I gave a detailed description of our COVID response in my report in April of this year. May I have the next slide, please? The budget. Thank you. This is our budget for 2021 that was approved by the board in December of 2020. We received financial support from the town and Mountain View County. The casino, held every 3 years, is also a revenue source. However, due to casino closures, the casino we are scheduled to hold this fall will not be happening. We budget casino money over 3 years, so the current casino account is empty. We have no idea when the next casino will be granted. The surplus carried forward is largely due to receiving town and county funding in November. Many of our other revenue streams have decreased due to COVID closures. Our main expense is still staffing. We have Mazichka and Company complete a report notice to reader at the end of each fiscal year. This is available at the museum for anybody who'd like to look at it. We've applied for grants, 3 of which we have not had a response to at this time. One of these is Alberta Museums Association staffing grant. We did receive money from the Chicken Billy Miller Fund, which will be used in the Education Center. You have the next picture, please. We have taken the opportunity during closure to work on our displays in the museum. The Roaring Twenties is the theme, and features displays such as this one of ladies and children's clothing. The green velvet and chiffon dress, beaded evening bag, and cloche hat were stylish evening wear and may have been worn to any number of dance parties or other events taking part in Olds at that time. Next picture, please. The second exhibit shows a parlor ready for afternoon tea or an evening gathering. All of the items on display throughout the museum belong to our collection. Cleaning, painting, and wallpapering has taken place to improve displays. New signs were being installed and improved to improve the museum experience. Next slide, please. Another activity we've been working on is the collection. This project includes cataloging and listing existing artifacts by checking records, cleaning, and repacking. Items in question, such as things that are damaged or incomplete, are sent to the accessions committee. Pictures are taken of all of these items. They are then repacked in acid-free paper and boxes to improve longevity. Next picture, please. The boxes shown here are then labeled on the outside for the ease of retrieval. These are waiting for their permanent labels to be attached. Condition reports have been made of all items. This is in preparation to digitizing the entire collection. Next picture, please. Work on the garden continues. Herbs and heirloom tomatoes, like these ones shown here, were planted in the spring. Weeding and watering is ongoing. Perennials and bulbs have been planted this fall. Labels are being created for the plants to provide an educational experience for visitors. Next year, the garden will be dedicated as the Coonfer Memorial Heritage Garden in memory of longtime volunteers Donna and Glenn Coonfer. Donna was first inspired to create this garden. Next picture, please. The Educational Center is almost completed and ready to open. The old garage building has been painted, electrical and lighting has been upgraded, and the floor is refinished. A stove and fridge were purchased. Cabinets and countertops have been ordered. Museum quality display cases with LED lighting, a stage, and TV are located on the north wall. Next slide, please. The Boys and Girls Club have come to the Education Center several times this summer, as seen here. Classes will begin to be offered this fall in a variety of heritage crafts. The space is also used for meetings. Access to the courtyard provides additional space when the weather is suitable for outdoor activities. We're extremely happy to see this project completed, as it supports the museum's mandate for inclusivity, sustainability, and education. There are, however, several problems that need to be addressed. The Education Center does not have plumbing, and the cost of putting it in is prohibitive. Access to water supply and washrooms is needed and is available in the museum. This means that the museum must be open when the Educational Center is in use. Unless someone is in the museum, it would be left unattended, as there is no access from the Education Center to the museum without going outside. The Education Center does not have a security system. There is a motion detector light outside, but it does not provide adequate security. Next slide, please. We would like to solve these problems by building a link building that would connect the two buildings. This picture shows the location of the proposed building. The door to the right is the museum, and to the left, the Education Center. The link building would eliminate the need for plumbing and security in the Educational Center, would provide all-weather access to all parts of the museum, and provide additional display space and storage. Final slide, please. The link building would be a permanent structure as seen in this diagram. It would be drywalled inside and bricked outside to match the existing building. There would be LED lighting and display space inside. The building would have an emergency door and conform to all building codes and occupational health and safety regulations. It would be part of the museum's security system. The cost of the building at this point in time is $48,475. We have applied for several grants for this project and have not been successful so far. This plan shows how we can move our museum into the future while staying in our existing location. I would ask Council to consider including the Museum Link Building in the 2022 Municipal Building Plan or municipal budget. The museum continues to be a vital part of the heritage and culture of Olds. We look forward to providing interesting experiences to our visitors and the community in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Any questions? Councillor Bennett.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Harper. Thank you, Donna, for all your hard work and the wonderful presentation. I need to know why your casino is canceled or not available?
Because the casinos have been closed because of COVID for well over a year. And we get a casino every 3 years. So this would have been coming up. We should have had a casino either this month or next month. Everything has been pushed back for a minimum of 9 months.
Oh, because I worked one of them not too long ago.
Yeah, but they're not caught up yet.
Not caught up? Is that the reasoning?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we're on the list. It's just that we've been backed up because of all the people who didn't get a casino when it was closed.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, it's unknown when we're going to have one.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Overwater.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper. Ms. Erdman, if you were to get this proposed link building in the educational center, would you guys be thinking possibly of renting that out to maybe smaller groups for, I don't know, a lunch party or a lunch, something, a dinner party, so that you could gain some revenue that way from there? Or would that be not possible in that space?
If the link building is in place, certainly we have that space available. We actually have some groups who are already looking at it for meeting space. And in the summer, we have access to the courtyard, that hidden place that not many people know about. And it's a beautiful outdoor space as well. So it's really, really quite fabulous. It's just that the way it's working right now means the museum has to be open. So but certainly we're willing to have people come and rent it.
Very much. I would like to comment on your new collections. The pictures look fabulous, so I can hardly wait to go there and see them in person. So, Councillor Ryan.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Harper, and thank you for your presentation, Donna. Very interesting as always. I have a question with regards to the education center then. When you're looking at organizing or having programming going on in there, so would you be expanding the hours of operation for the museum for during that time period then?
It would depend on like right now we're looking at doing some classes in the late afternoon for kids coming, like from the Boys and Girls Club. If we were offering classes on Saturday, then the museum would be open at the same time, which also is then a staffing issue of trying to find people who are going to be able to do both things at the same time. But certainly it's, as we're starting to look at programming, we're going to be at the registration night on Thursday and looking for people to see if people have an idea of when they would like to come, when they would like classes. Does the evening work? Does the weekend work?
Right, and so would you be looking at maybe getting volunteers to help fill in some of that staffing time then?
Yes, we would be.
Mayor Majewska has a question.
Again, thank you, Deputy Mayor, and through you. Thank you for your presentation. A while back, I think you and I spoke about the buy-in from the schools, not just the Boys and Girls Club. I was wondering if there was any development or any news on getting some programs through the middle school or the elementary school.
We have a very active program that runs in the spring when the schools are open and when kids are coming. If they can't come to us, we have gone to the Catholic school, for example. Holy Trinity is a little out of the way for kids to walk over, but we have a very solid program that runs in the spring when the schools are open and when we are open.
Very much. I'm Councillor Blatz. Oh, I did not see your hand. Councillor Thompson, then Blatz.
Not really a question, Your Worship. I was going to make a motion when it's appropriate.
Blatz?
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. I'll be rather quick with my comment as well. Thank you, Mrs. Erdman, for your presentation. This is really great. And going back to involving the schools and even the Olds Boys and Girls Club, I think it's very important that our youth learn the history and become very much a part of the museum and what has happened in the past, because I think we can only learn from history, and we need to keep that instilled in our children, because they're our future, and if we don't teach them about the past, it eventually just goes away, and I think that's very important to keep that going forward.
I agree with you completely. I think history should be learned with, not rewritten.
Exactly, I agree totally. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Blatz, for your comments. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper. I would move that we accept for information the Olds Historical Society annual report and direct administration to bring back a budget for the Link building to the capital, for capital budget discussion in November.
Okay. Councillor Ryan, speaking to the motion?
Speaking to the motion, thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper. Would Council Thompson, would you just ask administration to bring it back for service level review? Because that's where we do capital and operation at that time.
I'd be amenable to that.
Okay, so you're okay, CEO Merritt, for service level review?
I'm fine with that. Service level review, we've had a discussion on it already, and this was one item we were going to bring to budget for 2022.
That was my understanding as well. Director Wagstaff.
And that is the comment I was going to make, was it was in the 2022 capital budget as a tentative.
Okay, so I'm a little bit confused now. Councillor Thompson, your direction for motion was for budget. Councillor Ryan wanted it for service level. And we've had the discussion now, it should be part of budget. Okay, so you're okay with that, Councillor Ryan?
Yeah, that's fine, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So are we, Councillor Overwater, are you talking to the motion?
I'm going to talk to Ms. Erdman.
No. Yes, you're.
I really want to thank you for all your hard work, because you do amazing job, and there's not a lot of people that would take the time and effort that you and your committee do. So, and preserving our Olds history, and you're absolutely right. If we don't learn from the past, we're going to repeat it. So, and some of the past to be repeated is not good. So I'm glad you're keeping it alive.
Thank you, and I'll pass that comment on to the board.
Thank you very much, Councillor Overwater. So we can now vote on the motion by Councillor Thompson. Are we all clear? Thank you very much. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion is carried, and I know administration knows what to do with this request. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
And thank you very much, Mrs. Erdman, and all of your committee. So we will move on to the Municipal Energy Manager. And we do have a presentation from, who's presenting?
We'll ask Director Lindeman to introduce this presentation and our new Municipal Energy Manager.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce John Mascaway. John was hired as our Municipal Energy Manager as part of the Municipal Energy Manager Program, which is through the Municipal Climate Change Action Center. John has been with us for just over 3 months now and is here today to provide council with an update on the program and what he's been working on.
Thank you very much, and you're welcome to turn your mic on and make a presentation. Welcome to your first council meeting, John.
Thank you, Councillor Harper. I would like to say hi to everyone and to thank council and the executive team for having invited me to do this presentation. My name is John Masakwe. I joined the town of Olds in May 17th as the Municipal Energy Manager. The Municipal Energy Manager program is sponsored by the Municipal Climate Change Action Center. So I'll be referring to it as the Municipal Center because it's such a long acronym, MCCAC. Yeah, the purpose of this program is to help municipalities make money instead of paying the utilities. We have nice ideas. I've been doing benchmarking around for municipal facilities and developing energy plans. I've worked with the ARENA. We have identified potential energy saving opportunities. And based on the municipal center's guideline, they want us to target at least 5% reduction in greenhouse gas emission. But for me, I'm targeting, or my vision for all this is that in the next few years, you actually start getting paycheck from the utilities that we call net zero energy approach, because that's the way the world is moving now. Traditionally, if you look at the electricity, the way the supply chain has been set up is you have got these large plants, maybe some in Sondri, some in Fort McMurray. So they bring electricity over the transmission line. When they get into old, there's another gate they have to go through, is known as the distribution system. So all these are hands in your pocket. There's the plant generating electricity, hand in your pocket. The transmission line, hands in your pocket. Then the next gate, before it gets to the community at all, is another hand in your pocket. But now that is changing when you come to renewable energy. What they have found out that if you are transmitting electricity, let's say from Fort McMurray to Olds, every day you are losing 5% of that power. And if you look at it in terms of money, imagine if you put your money in a bank and every day you are losing 5%. So then you don't want to put your money there. But so now it's going back to what we call hybrid energy system, distributed energy resources. So for example, solar is very common and familiar, very cost effective, easy to do. You can install solar panel on your roof. But now countries in Europe, actually what they have done, they notice that during the day, especially in summertime, you have a lot of sunshine, you generate excess electricity, so then you can push it back into the grid. So that is the model, like if you look at it from that perception, it will be the other way around. Now the utilities will be giving you money because when you push it back, they have to sell it for you on your behalf. Next slide, please. So my approach actually, the one I'm looking at is a business approach, is any measure, any opportunities that I identify, it must make business sense. We don't just have to do something for the sake of doing it. So let me give you, for example, take your own house. If you have some light there, like traditional bulbs, even fluorescent, if you switch over to LED, you cut your bill by 50%. So if I give a hypothetical example, suppose you have a small business and your electrical bill is like $2,000, $1,000 per month. If you cut that by a half, that's quite a lot of money coming back to your pocket. But that's just the first step. The first step is conserve energy. But if you move to the next step, is suppose you're a business, a small business in Olds, and you put some solar panel on your roof, then what happens is now at the end of the month, especially in summertime, instead of you just cutting your bill by a half, you're actually pushing some in the grid, and then you ring the grid is next month, where is my paycheck for the power you're giving them? So that's the sort of approach I look at. We shall also leverage grants. There's quite a number of grants. For example, one of my vision, and actually I'm working on it, is there's a big federal grant for community recreational facilities, and they can cover the cost of your project as much as 80%. So I'm looking at converting the arena into a net zero building. It has a nice roof, so my sort of dream is retrofit the roof to the so-called green roofs, put in some solar panel. It's a big area there, you generate a lot of electricity, and if people want to play in the ice rink in summertime, do some curling in summertime, there's no excuse because the sun is shining, it's putting in energy. You can run your compressors. The same idea I have for the swimming pool is to replicate similar project, like put some solar panel for the swimming pool, also put solar water heating so that in summertime when the sun is shining for long, you reduce how much gas you're using to keep the water warm. And all that is actually, I'm working on that because for me, by background, I'm an engineer, but I'm a different engineer. I'm a hands-on engineer. So if you go in the trunk of my car, there are so many tools. Yeah, when I was in high school, those were the days of transistor radios. I loved electronics so much. So over the holidays, okay, I come from Kenya. So in Kenya, the education system was different during our time. We prefer to go to boarding schools because then you have enough time. You sleep, you eat, go back, no commute, no nothing. So I did a lot of electronics. When I came back on holidays, like all the neighbors will be waiting for me to come and fix their electronics. So that has always been my way. I like conceptualize something, then do it, actualize it, and see it. Then I enjoy that. So that's also I'm looking forward for attaining for the town of Olds towards net zero. The utilities paying you. So in the last 3 months, actually, I've done the benchmarking. I've set up energy teams at the arena, the swimming pool, and the odd one I chose was the library. The reason why I picked the library is it is a multi-generation facility. When you go to the library, all generations meet there. Then I thought it's a good place just for creating awareness within the community, to do something there, to have something showing off at the library. Please move to the next slide. So this slide shows you the benchmarking results for all the municipal facilities. Essentially, we are spending about $1 million per year. So based on my vision is that after a few years, the utility should be giving us $1 million. That is the path I want us to walk onto. Then everyone will be so happy. You know, Olds will be the role example in Canada of the town that the utilities pay. And then the next slide, it shows like the top 5 energy consumers. So in terms of energy as energy, the aquatic center uses a lot. But in terms of energy as money, the sportsplex uses a lot more because electricity is 5 times as expensive. So that's why it is essential to focus on cutting off your electrical cost. The first step, right now we are doing what we call low-cost measures, influencing, changing people's habits. For example, if you have lights in an area and there's no one there, just put them off. The next step shall leverage and then put in like automatic sensors, because some human being will always forget, you know. Then we don't want someone to run back, because even the cost of running back to put off that light is more expensive when you look at the whole sustainability picture. Yeah. Then the next step shall automate some of those controls on lighting. And after that, we can apply for grants and do other major retrofits, like change all the lightings and do other things like solar lighting, solar water heating. But when you come to like solar retrofit, one of the things I'll actually introduce when we reach that bridge is you want to do what we call energy storage. Because when I was new in Olds, I noticed that there are a few days when you have brownouts, but you can work with the utilities and influence them to design a solar system at the arena with energy storage, so that even if there's a blackout in the surrounding, but still the town of Olds has some light. We shall sell that and present a case that, you know, the arena is a community emergency center, so you need to have some serious power reliability there. But then on the same slide, the next slide is the lighting is quite expensive, the street lighting. It only accounts for about 3% of total energy usage, but it takes away from our bottom line 40% of the energy bill. So out of that, $1 million we spend per year, almost 440,000 is going into street lighting. So we're already working on this with other municipal energy managers. We have started off by advocating, getting in touch with the utilities, asking them to tell us why is it that street lighting is so expensive. Because when you look at the breakdown of the charges, the energy usage is about 3%, but the delivery charges, you know, those are just like, I'll call them elephant in the room, whom you don't know. They just take 97% of the fee. But also as next step, we said after that, we also look at other ways, like You could do solar street lighting. The only sensitive part is the intersection. I think they are regulated due to safety. But the other areas you could do solar street lighting, hybrid system. And if possible, through the municipal act, if the municipality can own back the street lights and find other innovative way of powering them. And there's a lot of options available. You can look at solar. If it's winter time, someone says solar can't work, you can look at what we call combined heat and power plant. It is essentially a small engine, like your car engine. It runs, generates electricity, and then it generates heat. So depending on where you put that CHP, the cogeneration plant, then in winter time, you can power your street lights as you provide some space heating for some facilities. So that's the way I look at the future of all becoming net zero and having the utilities writing them a check of $1 million every year. Yeah. So this is just a summary of the Sportsplex, the next arena. It is the most expensive on electricity. Looking forward to applying for the federal grant to make it a net zero facility, major renovations. The next slide is the swimming pool, quite very popular, daily visitations of around 300 people, so it's an important place. Also, we should target to make these swimming pool a net zero building. Then the next slide. Next slide. Yeah, then apart from energy efficiency based on facilities, energy usage, gas and electricity, there's also the new mode of communication coming up, electric vehicle. So what I tell people, like myself, I've been in energy for a very long time. Always, I'm driven by technology. Technology always fascinates me. I never get tired. Whenever I see a new technology, I'm on to it. So I tell people that, can you envision, like, if you move back in time 600 years ago, each and every family around here had a horse. And when the first person invented a vehicle, there were so many challenges. There were no roads, there were no mechanics, there were no dealerships, there were no gas stations. But if you fast forward today, you find that there are cars everywhere and the number of horses in households, they are not there. So what I mean by that change is inevitable, especially the humanity technology change. So we should just embrace it. This is a new way, This technology is changing, is moving that way. So, and the electric vehicles, they're quite good in that their maintenance cost is very low. So for example, if you have a fleet vehicle that travels maybe on average 20,000 kilometers per year, you'll find that your fuel cost on maintenance are $2,400 more compared to an equivalent electric vehicle. And then also I think the life duration of electric vehicle will be longer than internal combustion engine vehicle, because most internal combustion engines, after 5 years, the engine just ages. But the electricity are just motors. Most electronics and electrical equipment, they keep running. So I think this will be another good place for the town to invest in, even do a pilot project, get a few electric vehicle, 1 or 2, and test them out. Because the thing about rebates, the way I know, is they're initially introduced to create market awareness, that once the market picks up, they pull the plug. Then you have to go and buy it yourself. And things don't come down the way I've looked at it. People keep saying the cost will come down, but I doubt, because they'll always bring in some sophisticated technology in the car to justify the price remaining high. Yeah, maybe the car can self-drive themselves, so you don't need to worry about that. Okay, so the next slide, I just did a typical example that if the town was to buy like an SUV electric vehicle for one of the fleet vehicle, the typical cost is about $45,000, I think, which is quite competitive, because if you look at an internal combustion engine SUV like Ford Escape, the pricing is almost the same there, is almost $5,000. So if you compare the two, is that if you are to get one of these cars, then every year you'll be saving $2,400. That is money back into your wallet, into your bottom line. Thank you. Does anyone have a question so far? Okay. Yeah, the next slide was a demonstration from the town of Jasper. They bought a getter and they use it for many purposes, to remove snow in winter and any other chores that they might want to do. It's convertible. They can even use it for patrol in the parks in the summertime. Because the electric cars are silent, then if some people are naughty and hidden, then it will just be surprised, eh? Oh, we have been busted. Yeah. Yeah, there are a number of funds available for supporting electrical infrastructure. One is the federal one, is known as the Zero Emission Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Program. That is a big one because they provide quite a lot of money, up to almost $3 million, and they cover up to 80% of the cost. That includes putting charging stations, buying electric cars, and the program is ongoing up to 2040. Every year they open up for submissions, and we are preparing a few submissions we are going to put in for this application. Next slide, please. Yeah, the next slide just shows you like the typical electrical charging stations. There's level 2. Level 2 typically will sort of like add about 30 kilometers per hour to your car when you're using a level 2 charger. The one is not his level 1, that is just for your own individual use. You plug into your normal receptacle. That one will give you like 10 kilometers per hour. So for someone who doesn't like do a lot of traveling, maybe 70 kilometers back to and from work, if you plug in that level 1 charger at home overnight, you get 120 kilometers. But if you're making long commute fleet vehicle, that's a bit short. You might need level 2 because level 2 gives you 30 kilometers per hour. And 30 kilometers, you plug it in overnight, even for 10 hours, that's 300 kilometers of range you get overnight. The next one, the fast chargers, like the 20 kilowatt, those ones, they can give you like 300 kilometers within a span of 1 hour. So that one, I think I just left them there for demonstration. That's a different ball game. Maybe when we look at attracting some economic investors, attracting talent, when you've done the necessary economic studies, then we can venture into putting a few of those fast chargers. Next slide, please. So currently, as part of this municipal energy program, we found out that for it to work better and be sustainable within the municipality, we have to develop sort of an energy policy framework so that everyone within the municipality and the community understands how we are going to move forward with all these energy management projects, and for the utilities to keep paying us instead of us paying them every month. Thank you. Question for me?
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Welcome.
Very interesting. I have a couple questions.
Yeah.
But does any of council have questions? Yeah. So, just out of curiosity,
Yes.
an electric charging station,
Yes.
I know that you've mentioned rebates,
Yeah.
but what's the actual cost to install one?
So I'll say, like, for example, the level 2, the one that will give you 30 kilometers per hour, minimum cost, everything, design, engineering is about $10,000, but there could be extra charges depending on how your local electrical infrastructure is. So for prime location, you're talking of $10,000, but the federal government will give you back a rebate of 50% of that cost. Up to a maximum, they have another calculation, like if you put up a charging station, it can have 4 connectors maximum, or 2 connectors. So per each connector, they give you 5,000 maximum. So you can leverage that in your grant application, and you look for locations where you can put chargers, where you can have 4 connectors if possible. I'll say minimum 2 connectors, depending how the parking size is designed. And I've been in touch with the town of Cochrane. They actually put a few of those chargers. They used a company known as Flow. And it works so well is that they have set up an app. When someone goes to connect their car there, they are charged like $2 per hour. And that money flows directly into the municipal account. But then council has to meet and approve, I think under the Municipal Governance Act, the municipalities are not supposed sort of to charge money on electricity or utilities. So for the town of Cochrane, what they have done is they just charge a parking fee of $2 per hour.
Good idea, because I was wondering, what does the cost of electricity to charge a vehicle that people, we pay for gas.
Yeah.
So we need to make sure that if the town puts something in, the people are paying, and parking fee is, I guess, a good way to do it.
Yeah, it actually translates to about your break-even cost, no loss. When you charge $2 per hour, it is like I'm trying to think back, 6 liters for 100 kilometers of gas car. So it's quite attractive because people, they calculate, they do conversion very fast. Okay, 6 liters for every 100 kilometer charge, that's fair enough. That is not expensive. Whether I'm driving my big Guzzler or not, still the same charge.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Councillor Ryan has a question.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper. I was wondering now, you've gone into all of the town facilities, and I know that we met at the library when you went through there.
Yeah.
So have you identified some ways of saving energy in every one of our buildings that we can do, like right now, without huge amount of costs involved, that we can change out lights or fluctuate the areas that are being lit up, that kind of thing?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Ryan. Yeah, I've already done that. Like, we have broken up how we implement the opportunities. There are those what we call low-cost opportunities. For example, behavior change. We tell people, like, create a checklist when the janitorial staffs are coming around. As part of their checklist, they make sure that each room, the lights are off. But the next step is we are writing proposals where we want to apply for grants so that we can do like install motion sensors, at the same time retrofit to LED lighting, which will cut your energy consumption by 50%. But as first step, before we get the grant, do the paperwork, is like, okay, what can we do at the moment? So we can at least change people's behavior, create awareness, checklist, switch them off. And also for the arena, we have gone further. Like, they've got those TVs there, almost 10 of them. So those TVs, like after midnight to 6 a.m., there's no one there. So we have put in what we call smart plugs. Smart plugs, you just put in a program, like at this time, switch off the TV, at this time in the morning, put it on. So they're already doing that. And also they're doing other things. We are trying to look at, like, suppose we reduce the brine temperature at the arena. How much can we reduce it so that we don't have to heat the water so much, while also maintaining a good quality ice surface? So we are going to do all that throughout this summer. Plus also, I'll be doing some data logging. I want to data log, like, how the pumps run, see what we can do ourselves internally. Yeah, thank you.
Any other further questions? If not, I'd expect.
Well, I was just going to make another comment, would be, it's nice to be able to save energy. Obviously, we all want to do that. But at some point, there has to be a payback. So, you're talking about the electric vehicle. Will it be, it's paid off in 11 years. Well, in 11 years, you're going to need another vehicle anyway. So is that really, saving us money in the long run? Somehow I would doubt it. But there are other things that we can take a look at. And I hope that you're looking at ways of putting things in that are going to be able to save us or recover costs or save us 50% on energy that, that wouldn't cost an arm and a leg to do it and cost us, 15 or 20 years down the road. For an example, we had an energy expert that came into Mountain View Seniors Housing, and they said, well, you know, we can change this plant, but this power plant in your building, but you know, it's going to take 35 years for you to actually pay off. So in 35 years, that thing is going to need to be replaced. So that's what I want to make sure that when we're doing things and going forward, that we're doing things smart, and that we have things that are going to pay off in a shorter period of time as opposed to a longer period of time, because it doesn't make any sense to put something in that's going to take us forever to pay off.
Thank you, Councillor Blatz, and then Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper, and thank you, John, for this presentation. It was really great. It's certainly an awful lot of information to digest, for certain. I guess my question is more or less maybe directed to CEO Merritt. This is such a good presentation, and he's been in the position now for 3 months, but it would be my suggestion that when the new council's in place, he comes forward again with a similar type of a presentation. So, because this, I'm sure some of this will either come to service level or something in the future, and I think this might be a good presentation for newly elected officials as well.
Without a doubt, John is going to be presenting again to council more than once, whether the new or whatever, but also in regards to Councillor Ryan's comment, John is associating paybacks, whether they're 1 year or 20 years, because some buildings that we build, they're going to have a long term. Usually you build a building for 50 years, and if you pay up the cost back in 20, you've made a significant savings on it. So that's part of John's responsibility, and what he's doing is looking at the payback periods for everything that we're reviewing, and some are very short, and some, as you said, are much longer in nature. And they will all be, anything regarding a budget will be coming to council.
Thank you for that comment, Ms. CEO.
Councillor Thompson had a question.
Actually, the CEO made some of my comment. I thought I heard John suggest he was going to bring back where he has business cases for these things, or he was looking at them that way. I would make one little comment, and that is a couple years ago there was a speaker that came to town that talked about how smart technology and energy efficient products were the disruptors of the future. And it's nice to know that we're starting to consider those options as a municipality, because they will pave a positive future for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Overwater.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper. Did we not, a couple of years ago, change out the lighting in the curling rink in the arena for better lighting and stuff?
changed it to LED
So we
lighting.
are progressing, maybe slowly, but we have done a few things, just making sure.
Hey, I'd accept Councillor CEO Merritt.
CEO, and the operations center, which came up earlier, we did look at energy efficiencies in that. That's why it wasn't a primary issue for John to look at immediately, but anytime we'll find anything in the future, especially if it's emerging technology or a way to put money back into our pockets and put it on the grid, it's something we'll be looking to.
Hey, I'd accept a motion to accept the report for information. Councillor Blatz.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper. I would like to accept the Energy Manager's report for information. Thank you.
All in favor of the motion? Any opposed? Thank you very much, John, for a very informative report.
Welcome.
Okay, you take care.
Thank you.
We are now at business arising from the minutes and unfinished business. Oh, sorry. 4D, I'm trying to rush us. 4D, September 30th, federal holiday, and I believe our HR department is here?
That is correct. Debbie Rogers, our manager of HR, will do a brief presentation. This is obviously an emerging issue in regards to how provinces and municipalities are handling the September 30th day. We have done some research on it, but a lot of municipalities will be dealing with this issue in the next few weeks as the province has made a decision in regards how it's going in year one, but we'll be reviewing that. So Ms. Rogers, please give us a presentation.
Do you have, this is different than what you have up there? Yeah. Okay. Okay. So thank you, Deputy Mayor, Mayor and Council. So this afternoon, I'm just bringing some more information in regards to the federal statutory holiday that has been recently passed. September 30th is National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. And this is for the federal employees and does not pertain to the province of Alberta at this time. As Mr. Merritt had said, there are a number of municipalities right now that are looking into what they're going to do in the future. Some have passed this already. We do have 3 at the time that I did this presentation, and there's a couple more that have come since that time. The town of Olds does have 9 statutory holidays that we recognize and 4 additional general holidays. So at this time, the councils and the municipalities, counties are looking at this holiday on an individual basis on what they would like to do for this year or going forward for the next few years. So just for your consideration and information as to what is happening with the holiday for National Day for Truth and Reconciliation.
So just for clarification, you don't have an actual recommendation for council for PMP meeting?
Correct. I just wanted to give you the information for your consideration as to if you wanted to bring us to bring something back further to council for your understanding.
Thank you, CEO Merritt.
Yeah, that's the purpose of today's discussion, is not to basically make a decision on it, but to give us direction on where to go, because there's a number, as Ms. Rogers has indicated, municipalities have taken different paths on this, as well as different provinces have taken different paths, and it is not something that was anticipated last year's budget and scenario, so it is something that we do want to bring forward and to get some direction. Whether we have a holiday or not, we're still going to recognize that day through several actions that we'll be participating in. It is a fairly big step, and it is a budgetary step, so that's why it's been brought to council for your information, and also to understand what direction you would like for us to do, whether you want us to bring this back in the next few weeks, because obviously the 30th of September is coming very soon.
Thank you, your CEO, Mayor Majiska, Councillor Thompson, and Councillor Overwater.
Thank you very much, Director Rogers, for bringing this, or Mrs. Rogers for bringing this to us. I think this initiative folds very, very well in with our Inclusive Communities Initiative and our support of the Moccasin House and our newly claimed status as a UNESCO community as well. So I would be happy to make a motion after everybody's asked their questions to bring it back with a little more information and some budgetary considerations so that we may make an informed decision at the very next council meeting. So
Thank you very much, Your Worship. On to Councillor Thompson and then to Councillor Overwater.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper. This is something I feel very strongly about. I think this is a place where we can provide some leadership, and I support what the mayor's suggesting here, and that we should put a motion on the table and bring it back.
Thank you, Councillor Overwater.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper. I just want clarity. So September 30th this year is a Thursday. Don't get me wrong, I think this is a good initiative, but I just need some clarity. So September 30th is a Thursday. So will this holiday work the same way as like November 11th if it falls on a Saturday or a Sunday? Is that a day in lieu, or how does that work?
It is my understanding it's a standard day, so it's going to be September 30th every year, so it will go like Remembrance Day, and if it is on a Thursday, it's a Thursday. If it's on a Sunday, it's on a Sunday.
That didn't answer my question. So if it's on a Sunday, then is that, is it a day in lieu then, so you can take another day off? Or is it just Sunday is the day and that's the day?
No, in every holiday, it's not only Remembrance Day, but any day that we basically have a floating day would, if it's on a weekend, we would basically provide a day in lieu.
For that clarity, thank you.
So just a question, a number of municipalities have actually included it already for this year and have indicated that going forward, as part of that inclusion for National Reconciliation and Truth Day, that they've eliminated the Easter Monday as a holiday for their staff. So that perhaps for this year, there would be a budget implication, but for going forward, there would not be. So going forward, would you be able to have the budget implication for this year for that? If Mayor Majewska makes that motion.
Yeah, I think that would be part of the motion that I would be willing to make when everybody's questions are answered.
Do you have another question now, Councillor Overwater? Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper. I do agree that that this is an important day and that it should be recognized. And I would like to see it brought back to council in the future. I also would like to see the budgetary numbers as well. But I think that this is an important day of recognition, and I think that we need to take it seriously and to not necessarily go along with what other municipalities are doing, but to be a leader. And I think that this council has always shown tremendous leadership throughout the 4 years that we've been on it. So I think that we can do it in this case, and I'm looking forward to coming back to council. Thank you.
So Councillor Overwater, Councillor Blatz, do you have further things to add? Further things? Okay. And then Director Wagstaff.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper. Okay, so I'm just getting clarity here. So if what I'm hearing from somebody over there, so if this is holiday of September 30th, then you would not have the Easter. That would be a budgetary thing that we would have to talk about. Is that what I'm hearing?
That was not part of what the discussion was. That would be a further discussion if you want to remove a day from the list. I'm not aware of municipalities that have taken the Easter Monday away, but that's, again, it's not a statutory holiday in my mind, the Easter Monday, so it's a discussion that council would have to have. This is specific to a federal announcement of where they passed legislation to declare a federal holiday for reconciliation and truth, and it's something that we as a government should be discussing and to make a decision on. So, and that's for September 30th of this year.
Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying I disagree with this, I'm just trying to get clarity because somebody said something about some municipalities are not also having the Easter Monday. Somebody said that today, I just heard it.
I can just add clarification to that. So the town of Innisfil has done that. They have adopted September 30th and taken away Easter Monday.
Now, don't get me wrong, that's not what I'm saying I want, I just want clarity.
And I think in fairness to administration on this, we're going to have to basically ask probably someone like AUMA or RMA to basically look at this to see who has done what and what adjustments were made. Because I'm hearing different things from different municipalities. Others just have adopted the day, others have not. Others have basically, if it's in a collective bargaining agreement, it has to be honored if it says federal and provincial statutory days.
Yep.
So there's a whole variety of aspects to this. The Easter Monday one, I think, is possibly being reviewed, but it certainly isn't something that we're prepared to discuss for the next council meeting, but we will bring this issue back for council.
I've lost track. I think Councillor Blatz, you had your hand up, and Director Wagstaff, and then Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Harper, and please don't get me wrong, I'm totally in support of this. I think this is a great initiative, but I want to remind people that if we're taking this as a statutory holiday, that we recognize why we're doing it, and it's just not a free day to do whatever people really want. I think that we need to really focus on the reason why we are doing this, and it is very important. And it's a very important part of our heritage and our history, and I think we need to really recognize that, and I want to ensure that, you know, if this is a process that we go through, that all of our staff and citizens recognize what the day is and what it's meant to be.
Thank you very much, CEO.
Yes,
Merritt?
excellent point. Thank you for raising that. In the RFD, we did basically talk about that regardless of the where we go forward, we will be recognizing this day with initiatives, whether there's a holiday or not.
Dr. Wagstaff.
It's similar to the comment that Councillor Blatz and the CEO Merritt has just commented on, that there is an opportunity here for a municipality to take a leadership role. And I will share a concern that I do have as an administrator when we let November 11th become a holiday, that it tends to lose some of the effect to what that date is about, and that the intent is for people to have the day off so that they can participate in those events. That there is an opportunity here for, and I suggest this to council to have in their deliberations, to create a day where we dedicate our resources as a municipality towards putting into that day. Certainly because there hasn't been a lot of timing, I would suggest to council that they look at this September 30th as some of the traditional things that we've done, and then look at all the data that's going to come in about everything you just brought up, so that in 2022 we can assess it in its truest form and not be rushed into a decision that's only weeks away. And that this year, I'd suggest to council that you might consider a resolution that would take a look, two resolutions, one that would take a look at the long term, 2022, of what this day should mean to the residents in Olds, and what it could mean. And secondly, have a resolution that would really focus on the last two parts of this cover sheet today about Orange Shirt Day, a declaration, lowering our flags, and really focusing internally our operations and our staff as a town to show the leadership of the community about taking a day of reflection this September 30th, and then have an opportunity to have a council deliberate with all the data before them for 2022 and onward.
Thank you very much, Director Wagstaff. Councillor Bennett, and then Overwater.
Thank you for that. Actually, Mr. Wagstaff basically said what I wanted to also say, that I don't want to rush into this. I would rather have the data for 2022, but I definitely want us to recognize the day, and Orange Shirt Day, whatever else that we do that day, and make sure that there's public education awareness on this day as well. And yes, thank you, Doug.
Councillor Overwater, and then we'll go back to Mayor Majiska.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper. Yes, I absolutely agree that this should be a day of reflection. It should
Use your mic.
Sorry, there we go. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper. I agree, this needs to be a day of reflection, and sometimes we rush into things, and I think we should get all the information that we can for next year. And, you know, to Councillor Blatz's point about, you know, November 11th, I mean, you know, people have forgotten about November 11th, what it really means. And, you know, it's too bad our whole economy doesn't, you know, shut down for half a day. You don't need to go to Sobeys every day or Walmart, you know, and maybe that's something that is an initiative in our community that is something that could be started. Whereas, you know, you do take that half day or whatever, and you do reflect upon it, and really reflect upon it, and not just saying, oh, well, I got a half a day off, or I got a day off and I'm going on shopping spree. You know, so I think we really need to really look at it and really what the meaning is for it, so.
Thank you very much, Mayor Majiska.
If Councillor Ryan would like one more comment or
Okay,
question.
all right, have you got a new comment to add or adding?
I'm not quite sure. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper. I just wanted to add to what Director Wagstaff had said in that, yeah, I mean, we do have to think about other things. We do have to think about budgetary considerations and that, but also to see, Mayor just had mentioned that we may not consider Easter Monday when it comes back to council. I think we do need to take time to consider all of the aspects of this when it does come back. I do want to make sure that we are reflecting on what this whole day means, and it might be where this year we might not get, go this route and take it as a statutory holiday this year. But it could be that, we spend time to make sure that everybody knows about the day, and, I guess what I want to do is make sure that we're doing it right, and then we're not just going to rush into it like Councillor Bennett said.
Thank you. Mayor Majewska.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to accept for information and thank you, Mrs. Rogers, for your presentation, and direct administration to bring back to the very next council meeting in respect to the Town of Old's declaration to join the Coalition of Inclusive Communities and to be part of the UNESCO International Coalition so that we can recognize September 30th as an Orange Shirt Day and recognize the importance of remembering what this day symbolizes, and please make recommendations on this September 30th and future September 30ths. Thank you.
Does Ms. McKinnon have that motion? Yeah, thank you. Okay. Well, we have a recording too. Okay, all in favor of the motion? Any opposed? Motion is carried. You're now down to business arising from the minutes and unfinished business. Thank you very much for your presentation. Do we have anything? Seeing none, we're moving on. Bylaws, we have none. New business. Council Policy 125C, Elected Official Budget Plan, and CAO Merit.
I'll ask Director Linderman to deal with the next two items, 125C and I think 126C.
Thank you very much.
So the first one, 125C, this was, the contents of this policy were previously a part of Policy 126C, which is next. The only changes, as we pulled everything out, the only changes of substance are the date and standards number 1, asking to have all budget plans in by October 1st as opposed to November 1st.
Are there any questions? Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper. I do have a question as to why October 1st, especially then that would be especially during an election year.
Look to number 2.
Yeah, sorry, I missed that
number
point.
2.
Number 2 is an addition.
Okay. All right, thank you. I'm just worried about the timing involved in that February 1st though as well, because we do budget before then, and so we need to have the budget done before then, before February 1st for council budgets for sure.
So the thought is that in an election year, you would have a budget adjustment in the year following so that the new council is able to set their own budgets.
Okay, I still don't agree with it. I don't really agree with it at all. I think the new council can still set the budgets within the time frame that has been there before. And we sat down when we got elected and we sat down around the table. Mind you, it was not really fulsome, but it was also done. And I think if you may give it an extra couple of weeks, but I don't think you need to have it going all the way into February 1st of the following budget year. I think you need to have it done before December.
Any further comments? I also agree that it could be done by the first week of December, and then always looking to a budget adjustment because there's new people around the table, and it would have to have some adjustments. Councillor Blatz and then Councillor Overwater.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper. Okay, I'm in agreement that if we change it and move it up to, say, the first part of December, that would be fine, but I would like to ensure then that administration would be part of that process, that they could give some background information to it, because I know how difficult it was the very first year we were elected, not to really totally understand the whole process and be dependent upon other information, and I really think that that would be a very key part of doing your budget, is to ensure that you've got administration involved.
Councillor Overwater, does somebody want to suggest a date?
Thank you,
Instead of-
Deputy Mayor Harper. Yeah, I agree. I don't think we need to take it all the way to February. I mean, I don't know why we can't do it, like, have it done November 15th or something. I mean, everybody's in there, we all sit around, we have a conversation, we have our last year's budgets, we can include administration and set it, and there we go. I mean, sometimes you are going to have a budget adjustment. There's no doubt about it, because, I mean, let's face it, last year we had 20 extra meetings, more so than what we, ever anticipated. So, I mean, there are going to be budget adjustments to everybody's budget, so it doesn't really matter when those budget adjustments are done.
So you're suggesting, Councillor Overwater, November the 15th be the date? Councillor Ryan?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper. I agree. We should stick with just the standards number 1 by November 15th of each year, all members, and you don't even have to have the second one there.
Well, I do have a question of administration. Why the move up to October 1st for just the general year?
So that was so that it could be included in the original budget that comes forth to council.
Okay, and Councillor Ryan, you're suggesting no?
I'm suggesting even in an election year, it still can be done by November 15th. I don't think we need by February 1st. I don't think we need to have something separate at all. I don't think we need number 2 point. I concur with Councillor Blatz here that the first year was a little bit, without having an administrator there. I would suspect that it would be good to have Sheena in the room, because she would know all of our budgets and present them to the newly elected council. But after you've done it the first time and you're going into your second, your third, and your fourth term, you don't really need administration there at all, because you know what the budgets are and everybody shares all that information. We sit around and we have great discussion about it. So I just don't think that it's necessary to have the second point. I just think we should do it for November 15th and have it done. And so it's ready for when we have to sit down and have discussions about budget.
So what Director Linderman is saying is that she would like to have an October 1st deadline for council, because then it could be included in the budget presentations. So that's what she's asking. And that in an election year, we are suggesting that have that for November the 15th. If we wait until November the 15th, we've already received our budget booklets. So all Director Linderman is saying is that non-election years, she wants council to consider and hand in their budget by October 1st, not November 1st.
But then...
And on election year, number 2 point, on election year, have it for November 15th.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Deputy Mayor Harper. However, I'm going to point out that organizational meeting is not until October, what day is that, Mr. Mayor, 30th? So you don't even know which committees you're going to be on. So you're going to be making a budget on October 1st based on all the committees you're sitting on, and it could be totally changed. So again, I'm saying that, if you're going to do budgeting, we have to be budget with more precise ideas of what committees you're going to be on. You could be on totally different committees, and your budget could drop $5,000 or $6,000. Or go up.
Okay, CEO Merritt, and then Mayor Majiska.
All that being said, we know there's 25 committees, and who sits on it, the the total budget will not change in totality. It's going to be individual budgets, and absolutely, as people move in and out of committees, that's always going to be a situation. Also, one of the things we'll be considering for a new council is a possible interim budget, and then basically have lots of time to have a discussion and pass certain elements in an interim budget in December, and then have a full adjustment in bringing the budget back in March, so to speak. So it gives council a chance to have a lot of information on the budgetary process itself. So these are just elements, and this is why this policy was adjusted, as the Director Linderman has indicated.
Thank you very much, Councillor Overwater there. Oh, sorry, Mayor Majiska, and then Councillor Overwater.
Yeah, no, I understand the need of having the November 15th date on election year, absolutely. I agree with CAO Merritt and having our initial budgets, and we can adjust them within council and around after the October organizational meeting, sorry, that's the word. So no, I'm in favor of the October 1st date on non-election years, and changing the February 1st proposal to November 15th on election years.
Councillor Overwater.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper. I agree with Councillor Ryan, because sure, we can change the budgets all around. We can have, budget adjustments whenever, but at the end of the day, we were caught by our remuneration committee about saying how some of us were over our budget when, hey, that wasn't even the budget that we had presented. So at the end of the day, I feel that I would really like to know what committees, if I'm here, if I'm reelected, I want to know what committees I'm sitting on so that I know what I'm budgeting and I know what I'm submitting. So that's why I prefer that it goes to November 15th, right away. I don't like October 1st. We need to have the reorganizational meeting first, and then budgets.
Councillor Blatt.
Thank you, and I've listened to, thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper, and I've listened to the comments here, but I think really all that Director Linderman is really asking us for is to submit budget numbers so that can be presented at budget time, and we can adjust them thereafter, but she's looking generally overall, it's going to be $120,000, that type of thing. She's not looking for specifics, and I understand what both Councillor Ryan and both Councillor Overwater are saying, but we could finalize it to a more precise number by the 15th. But she's just, correct me if I'm wrong, do I understand that correctly, Director Linderman? I don't mean to throw you on the hot seat here, but that's how I interpret this to be written. So that's just.
All it is 2 lines then for them to wait to make an adjustment. All it is 2 lines on the budget.
Well, I get that.
So it's not like, I mean, it's going to be that big of a deal for the CFO to make that adjustment.
No.
Shouldn't be.
Linderman, you can respond.
No, and so the way the budget process works, normally it's November PMP that I bring it to council first. And I just, being me, I like the numbers to be as accurate as possible. But definitely if we can present based on last year and then you submit your plans, and then at the December PMP, we can adjust it at that point. That is totally fine.
Councillor Thompson, and then back to Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Worship. I like the process that's proposed by Ms. Linderman. It's not individual. It's what are the things council is going to spend or invest in. It's council members to attend and participate in. It's not individual. It's here are the things we're going to support. Here's the dollars we're putting aside to it, and then those tasks are just divvied out later. It makes sense to do November 1 and or for the October 1 makes sense to me.
Okay, Councillor Ryan, your last word, maybe.
Maybe. Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper. Then why would we not just do it October 1st, regardless of whether it's an election year or not. You know, because then you've got some beginning numbers to look at, Director Lindeman. Then when council is elected and even if you're continuing your term, then after the organizational meeting, you can sit down and go through the budget and say, okay, well, I'm not on this committee, so you can adjust, so that you, and when I mean you, I mean councillor or mayor, can adjust their budget accordingly. So I would think that, to me, it just makes sense from what you're saying, Director Lindeman, would be, if we did it all the time on October 1st, giving you a sort of an idea of what the budget will be, and then finalizing it by November 15th, so that you can present a true budget to PNP on December 1st, or the very first PNP in December, then that makes sense to me. Having it go all the way to February 7th does not make any sense to me whatsoever. But it would make sense if you're looking at trying to get budget numbers in advance, then I think we should always do it by October 1st, regardless of whether there's an election year or not.
Okay. So, do we have a motion that will direct administration? Thank you very much, Councillor Ryan.
You want me to say that out loud? I make a motion that Town of Old's annual operating budget, or sorry, I guess it would be to bring back the policy 125C, the elected official budget plan, as information and to a future council meeting. Is that correct?
So we'll bring it back, we'll accept it for information and bring it back to a future council?
That's what I said,
That's
yeah.
what we need, yeah. As amended?
As amended, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, all in favor of that? Motion is carried, thank you. Moving on to the next policy.
So the next policy is 126, elected official professional development. And all that's been changed is, as I said, the 125 budget plans have been removed.
Any questions? Councillor Bennett?
I don't have a question so much as on the number 2 where it's arrangements, that in B, that the very last sentence has councillors in it, and I would suggest that we change that to elected officials to keep the verbiage the same. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ryan?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper. I'm just looking at this policy, and I thought at one point we were talking about the conference attendance and changing this information with regards to going to the FCM. Council's talked about this a few times, about the numbers going to FCM and saying that the mayor would only go every 2 years. I think we had mentioned at some point that we were going to change that. So I think we need to have a discussion with regards to these two items, especially if it's going to come back for an update. I think that we had a discussion of saying that the mayor should always attend and then have up to only 2 other councilors to go. So if that's the case, then item 1C and 1D and even E would have to be changed.
So are you making that as a recommendation for an amendment to come back then? Or want further discussion?
Yes, I would like to see that it to be updated so that we have up to 3 council or 3 elected officials, and take out the excluding the mayor, are approved to attend the FCM. Sorry, Councillor Butts, what was that?
So for clarification, then you're saying remove item C and just have it A, B, C is the new, or D is the new C, and it says up to 3 elected officials are approved to attend FCM conferences and attendance on a 2-year rotating basis, and...
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
I would certainly speak in favor of that CEO Merritt, do you have a comment?
Yeah, it's just simple that the mayor will attend all the conferences that have been noted, and then you decide the number of councilors that will be attending as well.
I don't think that's my understanding. It would be that to take out item C altogether, and then to say up to 3 elected officials are approved to attend, so the mayor would be part of that rotation of elected officials. He wouldn't automatically be going every year to FCM? Is that what you're saying, Councillor Ryan?
Well, I think that we had discussion twice during our term. And that was, at the beginning, this was how we changed it, so that the mayor would only be going every other year. But then later on, in another year, we had a discussion saying the mayor really actually should be going as the ambassador of this town, and putting his face forward. So, or any mayor that may come along in the future. So I think that if we put it down to up to 3 elected officials, period, and then it could be decided at that council meeting. I mean, it might be that the mayor doesn't want to attend every year. It might be that there might be some councilors who don't ever want to go to FCM. So I think if we leave it at the up to 3, then I think we'd be fine. But I would like to hear from Mayor Majewski and his opinion on that.
Mayor Majewski.
Well, I think we've talked about this at great length, and we did agree, I believe, that the mayor should go every year, and then 2 councillors on a rotating basis. And perhaps it should be brought forward that way at the regular council meeting.
Yeah, I agree, and I think that one thing we have to do is say, if the mayor does not want to attend, then 3 members of council can go. But I do think it's important for the mayor to be there, and I think we've heard from other councilors who said the same thing, and I'd like to hear from everybody else.
So I guess then what you're saying, basically you have to point out that up to 3 elected officials, one of which will be the mayor. The rest will be on a rotational basis.
Correct, unless the mayor does not
Unless the mayor
decide not to
chooses
attend.
not
We
to,
could put
yeah.
that in the brackets or whatever,
Yeah.
but, or you may not even need it. But I think it does need
Well,
to
we
be pointed out.
We need clarity. Okay.
That's fine,
so-
too.
Yeah. Councillor Blatz.
Well, that was going to be my suggestion. We just say up to 3 elected officials, including the mayor, are approved to attend. And, I mean, we can determine that at another time. I don't know that we need to get into specifics. Well, including the mayor, I said. Mr.
CEO
Mayor.
Merritt.
For clarity's sake, I think we should leave C in and just remove every 2 years. Every year, the mayor will attend, so it's very clear the mayor will attend. And then for D, when we talk about FCM, up to 2 elected officials. Well, you don't even have to include the mayor's name in this one because we've already determined. And we could say that if the mayor in C is unable to attend, a 3rd elected official could attend in his place. So for clarity's sake, we know that the mayor's attending. Because if you leave it the other way, it's going to leave it very ambiguous for other situations.
Okay, we've got it clear. Councillor, except for Councillor Overwater is going to ask a question now.
Well, no, I'm clarity too. So, thank you, Deputy Mayor Harper. So number C, to me, and for our legislative clerk, the mayor is approved to attend the annual conference of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, period. D, D, up to 3 elected officials, one of which is the mayor.
So CAO Merritt is saying number D should then read up to 2 elected officials.
Should say up to 2 additional elected officials, because I see what Marianne's point, Councilor Overwater's point is, in that if you only put up to 2 elected officials, the mayor is an elected official.
Okay, what about D?
How about this? Up to
okay.
2 counselors are approved to attend FCM conferences and attendances, blah, 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 blah.
But I don't want counselors in there. I want elected officials to keep the verbiage the same.
I think Councillor Blatz is pointing out that this would be councillors and not the mayor. So, because you've got the mayor above in C, and this would actually be councillors.
So wouldn't that
So
be-
as soon as you say elected officials, it includes the mayor. So if you say only up to 2 elected officials, then you're going to have 2 your
It's redundant because you already have the mayor in C. So the mayor goes every year. So why?
2 other
that's what I
additional-
said, up to 2 other elected officials can go. Yeah.
CEO merit?
That's what I said earlier.
Are we clear now?
I
I think
think
we all
so.
know
I was
what we
gonna say
want.
additional, but other makes sense too.
I'll remind everybody, we'll have 3 opportunities to discuss this at second, and third, and first readings, so.
Yep, thank you.
All
Okay,
right.
so do we have a motion to accept for information and have the amended policy brought to council?
I'll make that motion. I move that we accept today's presentation for information and ask administration to bring back to a future council meeting with the amendments discussed here at PNP today. Period.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ryan, are you speaking to the motion?
I'm speaking, I just have a question, actually. I was wondering where happened to the education and training that was taken off? Is that another policy then?
Yes. So we have clarity on that, Councillor Ryan, thank you. Can we vote on the motion as presented by Mayor Majiska? All in favor? Any opposed? The motion is carried. We are at the end of the open council meeting. I would suggest that we have a motion to go to closed session, and we did. And I would suggest that we take at least a 10-minute break when we're ready to go into closed session. No, 7. 7, okay. Motion to go to closed session, there's 2 items. Who would like to make the motion and indicate who is going to be staying in the closed session? Councillor Overwater.
Waiting for you to address me. Deputy Mayor Harper. Yes, I move that we go into a closed session under FOIP 25 and FOIP 27. And we want all of council, we want the CAO, we want Director Linderman, we want Director Wagstaff. Do you want anybody else, Mr. Mayor?
For the first one, we want all of ET and the legislative clerk and the communications manager. For the second one, I suggest it just be Directors Linderman, the CAO, and Director Wagstaff.
Okay, very good.
Legislative clerk, you've got all of that? Thank you, thank you. So we will have a recess for 7 minutes. Oh, we'd better vote, thank you. All in favor?
federal election is on Monday, September 20th. You can vote early. Advance polls will be open September 10th to 13th. If you prefer, you can apply to vote by mail, or you can vote at any Elections Canada office before Tuesday, September 14th, 6 p.m. Check your voter information card for all the ways you can vote.
For the official information on voting and/or health and safety measures, visit elections.ca or call 1-800-463-6868. It's our vote.
You're invited to a new way of listening with Premium. Premium lets you connect to your speakers or TV and listen to your music ad-free. With super easy setup, you can connect to any compatible device and enjoy music without interruptions. Plus, listen on demand and play any song, anytime, even on mobile. Upgrade now to unlock Premium. Tap the banner to learn more.
Healthy food is more than a meal. Clean water is more than a drink. Even in the world's most dangerous places, children deserve to thrive. Each child, each community is equally important. Together, small steps make a big impact towards sustainable change. When you partner with World Vision Canada, you're telling the world's most vulnerable girls and boys that you believe they deserve more than to just get by. Visit worldvision.ca/now and help a child thrive.
Right now, you can try our delicious grass-fed beef on an A&W Mama Burger for just $2.50. What, really? Can we play that back? You can try our delicious grass-fed beef on an A&W Mama Burger for just $2.50. Wow, Mama Burgers just $2.50 until September 26th.
What saving on unlimited data with the TELUS family discount feels like. Like the meeting that could have been an email, actually becoming an email. Like your kids sleeping in on the weekend. Like finding a new sock in the dryer instead of losing one. Like calling dibs on the last slice of pizza. Like saving up to $720 a year with the TELUS family discount. Visit TELUS.com/family discount to learn more. Conditions apply.
Oh, yeah, do we have a rise and report? I don't believe so. So our next thing is a motion to adjourn. Motion by Councillor Blatz to adjourn at 6:15. All in favor?